Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner,
Excused.
Coleman,
Excused. Never mind.
Cutter, Danielson, Exum,
Excused.
Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson,
Excused.
Hinrichsen, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston,
Excused.
Lundeen, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts,
Excused.
Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Liston, Roberts, Mr. President,
Here. With 31 present, 0 absent, 4 excused, we do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Newcastle please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Senators and special guests in the chamber. You please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senator Will, perhaps tomorrow you can do the anthem. Approval of the journal, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate Journal of Friday, April 28th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 1st, 2023, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 251, 263, 286, 292, 295, and 297, Senate Joint Resolution 8, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 213 and 279, correctly revised House Bills 1003, 1019, 1061, 1074, 1091, 1102, 1105, 1136, 1161, 1162, 1181, 1182, 1184, 1205, 1227, 1229, 1231, 1241, 1243, 1250, 1261, 1262, 1272, 1274, 1275, 1279, 1298, 1300, and 1305, House Concurrent Resolution 1001, correctly re-revised House Bill 1246.
Message from the House.
April 29, 2023, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted through the Revisor of Statutes House Bills 1303, 1296, 1112, 1257, 1304, and 1293, amended as printed in House Journal April 26, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bills 1135 and 1065, amended as printed in House Journal April 28, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes Senate Bill 67, amended as printed in House Journal April 25, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes Senate Bills 266, 172, 153, 195, 13, and 16, amended as printed in House Journal April 26, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes Senate Bill 261, 111, 290, and 276, amended as printed in House Journal April 28, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bills 165, 268, 273, 260, 184, 264, 192, 56, 36, and 284. The House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 24. The bills returned herewith. The House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1108 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representative Evans, Chair, Duran, and Froelich as House conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1108. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bills 1008, 1032, 1178, 1234, 1263, and 1246, and has repassed the bills as so amended.
Message from the Revisor.
May 1st, 2023, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1065, 1112, 1135, 1257, 1293, 1296, 1303, and 1304 without comment as amended. Senate Bills 1316, 67, 111, 153, 172, 195, 261, 266, 276, and 290.
Actually didn't.
Committee reports.
May 1st, 2023, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 298 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 302 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1153 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1201 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1212 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1218 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1237 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1244 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Will the clerk please add Senator Malika to the roll? And will the clerk also add Senator Exum? In response to a request from the House for a conference committee on House Bill 1132, the Senate conferees are Senators Fields as the chair, Gonzalez and Gardner on the first conference committee on House Bill 1132. Will the clerk please add Senator Buckner to the roll?
You on special?
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the special orders second reading calendar lay over until later today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the special order second reading of bills will lay over until later today. Third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the titles on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 251, Senators Robertson, Rich, Representatives Doherty and Pugliese, concerning a requirement that the Attorney General represent the Department of Revenue in all driver's license and state identification card appeals, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1091, Representatives Pugliese and Kipp, Senators Marchman and Rich, concerning the income tax credit for qualifying contribution to promote child care in the state, and in connection therewith continuing the credit for 3 years, requiring the Department of Revenue to develop recommendations for the expansion of the types of contributions that qualify for the credit, and making an appropriation. House Bill 1136, Representatives Ortiz and Hartsook, Senators Winter, F. and Liston, concerning health insurance coverage for prosthetic device necessary for a covered person to engage in certain types of activities, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1241, Representatives Byrd and Pugliese, Senators Zenzinger and Krugmeyer, concerning creating a task force to study the statewide K-12 education accountability system in order to address resource inequities contributing to student performance, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1274, Representatives McCormick and Clatland, Catlin, Senators Robertson Will, concerning an appropriation for Species Conservation Trust Fund projects. House Bill 1298, Representatives Sirota and Byrd, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the date upon which the Department of Public Health and Environment must begin providing reimbursements to certain public schools for costs associated with testing lead content of drinking water. House Bill 1300, Representatives Byrd and Sirota, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning extending continuous eligibility medical coverage for certain individuals and in connection therewith seeking federal authorization and making an appropriation. House Bill 1305, Representatives Byrd and Bockenfeld, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the program to provide the continuation of health benefits for dependents of certain local government public safety employees who die in work-related death and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1250, Representative Puglisi, Senator Pelton B., concerning a correction to the Colorado Revised Statutes to ensure that the Attorney General's powers and duties include concurrent jurisdiction with the relevant district attorney over the regulation of architects. House Bill 1162, Representatives Woodrow, Senator Rodriguez, concerning the regulation of consumer legal funding transactions and in connection therewith authorizing the administrator of the Uniform Consumer Credit Code to adopt rules regulating the creditor-imposed charges for certain consumer credit transactions that are secured by a consumer's potential proceeds from a settlement or judgment obtained in an associated legal claim.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 251 and House Bills 1091, 1136, 1241, 1274, 1298, 1300, 1305, 1250, and 1162.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of the bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Basin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on the following bills. Senate Bill 251, House Bill 1091, House Bill 1241, House Bill 1300, House Bill 1305, and House Bill 1162.
Senator Basin will be marked as a no vote on Senate Bill 251, House Bills 1091, 1241, 1300, 1305, and 1162.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You got it. Senator Pelton. B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 23-1162.
Senator Pelton B will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162.
Senator Pelton R will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 23-1162.
Senator Simpson will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be a no vote on Senate Bill 251 and House Bills 1241, 1300, and 1162.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 251, House Bills 1241, 1300, and 1162. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Senator Lister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ditto, I would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Thank you.
Senator Lister will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162.
Senator Will will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162.
Senator Kirkmeyer will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 23-1162, House Bill 23-1305, House Bill 1300, and Senate Bill 251.
Mr. Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 251 and House Bills 1162, 1305, and 1300. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162.
Senator Gardner will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1162. With a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 251 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Pelton B., Mr. Majority Leader, Winter, Buckner, Gonzalez, Priola, Simpson. Please add the President. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1091 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Henriksen, Buckner, Winter, Sullivan, Priola, Cutter, Fields, Bridges, Zenzinger, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Gonzalez, Exum, Mullica, Roberts. Please add the President. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1136 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Gonzalez, Janal, Bridges, Fields, Cutter, Buckner, Priola, Sullivan, Danielson, Marchman, Zenzinger, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Pelton B., Will, Smallwood. Please add the President. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1241 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Priola, Fields, Sullivan, Buckner, Cutter, Bridges, Exum, Gardner, Mullica, Pelton B., Simpson, Winter. Please add the President. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1274 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Simpson, Priola, Liston, Pelton R., Rich, Bridges, Zenzinger. Please, Janal. Please add the President. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1298 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Henriksen, Sullivan, Buckner, Winter, Priola, Cutter, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Fields, Colker, Gonzalez, Exum, Marchman. Please add the President. With a vote of 31 aye, 3 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1300 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Colker, Janal, Buckner, Roberts, Priola, Winter, Cutter, Exum, Jaquez Lewis, Henriksen, Gonzalez, Sullivan. Please add the president. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1305 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, Cutter, Buckner, Henriksen, Marchman, Janal, Gonzalez, Mr. Majority Leader, Coker, Winter, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Will, Pelton B. Please add the president. With a vote of 34 aye, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1250 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, with a vote of 22 aye, 12 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1162 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, Winter, Cutter, Coker. No. Oh, not Coker. Exum. Buckner. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to add my name as a co-sponsor to House Bill 23-1091.
Senator Coker will be added as co-sponsor to House Bill 1091. Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bills 1279 and 1275 lay over to the end of the third reading calendar. Thank you.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw that motion.
The motion has been withdrawn. And Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
The motion is that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I hope you had a good weekend. I did. Earlier in my life, when I wasn't so embroiled in politics, earlier in the year each year, I would have done what I did yesterday, and that is I got my Harley Heritage Softail out of my storage unit and rolled it up into the main garage. I had to check and make sure that the trickle charger had not betrayed me and that, in fact, the battery was operating properly. And the trickle charger did its job. Sure enough, I fired up my Softail and rode it around the neighborhood. I wished I'd had time to ride it around the state. That will come later in the summer. But I rode it around the neighborhood and parked it in my garage and went back to reading bills, which is, I'm sure, what all of you did with your Sunday afternoons as well. I prize my moments on my motorcycle because so unlike this business that we are in, where there is always something pushing and pulling and your brain is going in 15 different directions or you're not doing your job to your best ability, when you're riding your motorcycle, you must be focused because it's you, the road, and thousands of combatants or potential combatants that you need to pay attention to. So why is lending going on and on and on? Because May in Colorado is Motorcycle Awareness Month, and we have a tribute to that end. We have some, I would call them friends, but they're more than friends, because when you ride, you are part of a brother and sisterhood. When you ride, every motorcycle you pass, you drop your hand down, your clutch hand, because you got to keep one hand on the throttle, and wave at your brother and sister who may be riding towards you. Over in the corner here, we have a number of individuals who are from Abate, Colorado. Their leaders, Larry Montgomery, who is the state coordinator, is here. Larry, give a wave. And his lovely wife, oh, golly, I forgot. I'm a bad politician. I forgot a name already. Kathy. Kathy is here as well. Stump, Dennis, but he goes by Stump. You all know him. He's the legislative awareness individual who is in the building frequently, is also with Abate. So you ask Abate, what is Abate about? Abate is a brotherhood active in training and education, helping keep motorcycle riders safe on the roads. And the individuals over here today come from Senate Districts 3, 32, 16, 20, and 1. So when you get a chance, you might want to go over and meet a few of your constituents. And now, without further ado, I'm going to read at length a 17-page tribute. Actually, it's only a single page. And you do not have to stand, colleagues. Please feel free to sit and ride through this with me. May is Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, as I mentioned. Motorcycles occupy a significant place in Colorado and American history. They have made contributions in numerous military campaigns. They continue to make contributions in law enforcement operations. And they are fundamental, I would argue, to the culture of the American West. Quite frankly, they're the closest thing to climbing on your horse, if you don't climb on your horse, that we do in modern society. For many reasons, Coloradans choose motorcycles as a transportation alternative. I do it, as I mentioned earlier, because it is a stress relief. It is an opportunity for me to focus my mind on one simple thing at one time. Over 180,000 motorcycles are registered in Colorado and are used on public roads and highways, providing reliable day-to-day transportation and recreational opportunities. Unfortunately, riders and passengers of motorcycles face countless hazards and unforeseen circumstances on the road. As such, state and national Share the Road campaigns have been created to help increase motorcycle safety. The motorcycling community has made an ongoing commitment to increase awareness of appropriate safety measures and to increase participation in rider training programs offered throughout Colorado to help avoid accidents. The members of the Colorado General Assembly recognize May 2023 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month to promote safety for all motorcycle riders throughout education and training to encourage all motorists to share the road in Colorado. This proclamation is offered at the request of Senator Paul Lundeen and Representative Ryan Armagost, who is in the House chamber at this moment on thirds. And it is given this first day of May 2023 in the state capitol of Denver, signed by the Speaker of the House, Julie McCluskey, and our illustrious Imperial President, Steve Fenberg. Colleagues, I encourage you to take a moment when you get a chance to greet these good folks. And friends, brothers and sisters, thanks for sharing the road. Thanks for sharing the brotherhood, sisterhood of motorcycle riders.
Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I'd like to request a moment of personal privilege. Thank you, Mr. President. To the right of me, colleagues, I have future veterinarians over there. I have future teachers and soccer players and gymnastic performers, gymnastic folks. What else do I have down here? nurses, potential mayors. Members, these are the students that are in the 3rd grade at Rocky Mountain Prep, and they're here with their chaperone, Miss Ashley. She is a master hairstylist, and she's here with 6 other students from Rocky Mountain Prep. Please join me in welcoming them. You guys, please stand. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you very much, Senator Fields and Mr. Minority Leader. Let's do a brief recess to acknowledge our guests. Mr. Majority Leader. Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bills 1279 and 1275 lay over to the end of the 3rd reading calendar.
The motion is for House Bill 1279 and 1275 laid over to the end of the 3rd reading calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The The ayes have it, and 1279 and 1275 are laid over to the end of the third reading calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 263?
Senate Bill 263, Senator Priola, Representative Velasco, concerning a loan from the general fund to the Natural Disaster Mitigation Enterprise to defray expenses incurred before the receipt of fee revenue or revenue bond proceeds.
Senator Priola.
Morning, Mr. President. Members, I move Senate Bill 263 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. I voted differently from my caucus colleagues on this bill in appropriations, and I think sometimes there's a tendency here to sort of spring load on the sponsorship of bills, but I try to catch myself when I feel that urge, and I did feel that urge, but the bill is important, and its fiscal impact is de minimis. Why do I say that? Well, what the bill requires, really, is nothing more than a transfer of $95,000 from the general fund to the what's known as the Natural Disaster Mitigation Enterprise Fund in DPS, and that is a loan from the state treasury to the enterprise to quote defray costs, to meet obligations, if you will, until the enterprise really gets up and operating or gets bond proceeds. So by the end of 2025, the enterprise is going to have to repay the principal and interest to the general fund. And there's a set of the interest rate. What you need to understand is the Natural Disaster Mitigation Enterprise was created in DPS a couple of years ago to administer a grant program, provide public education, technical assistance to local governments concerning natural hazard mitigation. I think that's important because these kinds of things, these natural hazards, if we don't do something about them, do cause extreme damage, both to life and safety, as well as economic damage. So the enterprise is, like all enterprises, a state-owned business funded by fees charged to insurance companies providing particular types of property and hazard insurance. But the fee revenue doesn't begin till 2023-24. So in order to make the program go, we have to do this $95,000 fund transfer. If you believe in the, and maybe you don't, but if you do believe in the Natural Disaster Mitigation Enterprise and the funding of it, this seems perfectly reasonable. And that's the reason that, notwithstanding sponsorship, I decided to that the appropriate vote here was an aye vote, and I am going to be an aye vote here on thirds this morning. Thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. So I heard the bill in Finance last week, and I wasn't here for second readings when it was heard last Friday. So I just did want to take the opportunity, and I've shared my concerns with the sponsor as well about this is a transfer of general fund dollars in this fiscal year of $95,000 to an enterprise fund. By statute and by intent, the enterprise fund is not supposed to receive more than 10% of its funding from state tax dollars. This would be 100% of the revenue this fiscal year for the enterprise fund. I manage 7 enterprise funds in the Rio Grande Water Conservation District and very sensitive to the flow of revenue and that 10% maximum criteria. I've never experienced what happens, but I think the intent is you lose your enterprise status if you violate that. But I don't know what happens in that instance where you potentially lose your enterprise status. Does it automatically come back when the revenue then, I've never been down that process and did not investigate in great detail, but that was my concerns with the bill about the intent of, enterprises are intended to stand up on fees on their own and not be so dependent on general tax dollars. And this is 100% general revenue fund for this fiscal year, which is pretty short, just a few more months, but do you run the risk of your enterprise status for that small window of time? Those are my concerns, and I have shared those with the bill sponsor as well. So I'll be a no again today. Thank you, Mr. President.
You got it. Seeing no further, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate the concerns of the senator from Alamosa in that discussion. While it doesn't change my vote, it is an interesting thing to think about, and we certainly don't want that to grow. I could see that happening to the tune of several $1 million in some other context, and that would not be good. This is just exactly the kind of discussion we ought to have on each and every bill that has issues like this. So I appreciate that. I will remain an aye vote, but your point is well taken. The point of the senator from Alamosa is very well taken, and I appreciate him being on top of that issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Pro Tem Chair. I guess you're actually the president. We are in the Senate, aren't we? Thank you, Mr. President. This is an issue of, I think, increased sensitivity. This particular loan, which can be undone by a future General Assembly, isn't actually even due until 2025. So the question of the status of a loan and the intersection with enterprise or not, when 100% of the funding is being provided by the general fund, is a significant question. Why is this so meaningful? Why is this so important? Because the people of Colorado are increasingly disconnected from their ability to have influence over the government under which they live. If you look at the general fund budget in round numbers, not the general fund, but the entire state budget, which has an enormous amount of federal money flowing through it, but it's the operation of the state government as fed by the federal government and state revenue as well. It's a $40 billion enterprise. Meanwhile, on the side, we've got this almost now $30 billion set of enterprises, literally labeled enterprises, that are run, except for those that are are engaged with higher education, where the Board of Regents does provide access for the electorate to participate in accepting or rejecting the leadership of that enterprise. So higher ed does actually have some degree of accountability. But more broadly, and the enterprises that are growing the fastest have no nexus of control and accountability to the people of Colorado, because they are run by unelected bureaucrats. And it's an increasingly large portion of the government under which the people live. So this is only a $95,000 deal in this particular bill, but it is a clear example of where we're flying, I would say, as Icarus did, too close to the sun, and the wax in our wings may begin to melt. The reality is we need to honor the people of Colorado by rejecting this particular bill, rejecting the idea that it's a loan that may or may not get paid back or undone by a future General Assembly, rejecting the idea that this is, in fact, clearly an enterprise, and in fact maybe is not an enterprise given the fact that it's in violation of the 10% of state money rule. So urge your opposition to this. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll keep it clean and correct.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 263. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 263 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Cutter, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 286 lay over to the end of the third reading calendar.
The motion is for Senate Bill 286 to lay over to the end of the third reading calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 286 will lay over to the end of the third reading calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 292?
Senate Bill 292, Senators Hansen and Fenberg, Representatives Duran and Burke, concerning labor requirements for energy sector construction and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 292 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President. Okay. So I've been thinking about this over the weekend, and I just wanted to really, I think all my thoughts are really exactly what the independent electrical contractors talked about, so I just want to read their letter. So the state, similar to the rest of the country, is experiencing a workforce shortage issue that is hiring in many sectors, but especially the skilled trades sector. With that, Colorado has started to address the workforce shortage problem with a focus on skilled trades with numerous pieces of legislation for the past 3 sessions. The Labor 292, the labor requirements for energy sector construction as introduced, looks to put specific requirements and limits to a large segment of the workforce that will be available to help our state implement Colorado's greenhouse emission goals. Merit shops, making up over 90% of the skilled trades workforce in Colorado, the tenets of this bill would set an artificial cap on the availability of qualified workforce that could work on these projects. Historically, utilities use the union workforce to do much of their work. However, Colorado's greenhouse emission goals pushed both in the public and private sectors will require exponentially more skilled contractors and workers to meet these goals. There is a sizable concern that the union's 10% workforce will not be enough to handle the work that Colorado has. Independent Electrical Contractors Rocky Mountain feels that project labor agreements language needs to be removed from the bill entirely. PLAs restrict competition, increase costs, create delays, and place non-union qualified contractors at a significant competitive disadvantage. When Colorado rate taxpayers will be funding much of these projects, grants, and tax credits, efforts should be made to be good stewards of that money. Limiting all available resources to get these projects done in a timely manner is a good approach. Once again, with the push for electrification, we shouldn't be cutting a large portion of available and qualified contractors that have skilled workforce. Historically, multiple studies of public school construction projects by the Beacon Hill Institute have found increased costs ranging from 16 to 19% on projects that build under government-mandated PLAs. Now, I will agree with the Senate sponsors. This isn't government-mandated. They're just making sure that PLAs are bidding against PLAs, and then independent contractors are voting against independent contractors. In my opinion, if you want to get all the workforce that's available for these high-skilled trades or this high-skilled workforce, you need to have it where PLAs are competing against the independent contractors. That needs to be put in this bill. I appreciate the Senate sponsors for listening to what I had to say during seconds, and I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 292. And nice haircut, Mr. President. Yeah.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to read a letter that I got following the second reading discussion we had on this. As you recall that second reading discussion, because you were all staring up at me in rapt attention, I was arguing that this 292 will ultimately increase the cost of projects and not necessarily increase the quality of the product of the projects. And the cost, of course, is borne by the taxpayers, and I'm highly sensitized to efficiencies. I mean, we always have considerations, and we'll have further considerations in the next 8 days, where those who advocate for the continual expansion of government will advocate that we should be able to retain more of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund that should be going back to the people for the growth of government. Well, why? Why does this happen? Because of the loss of efficiencies. And one of the ways we lose efficiencies is by bills like 292, where we actually don't allow the marketplace to determine the product output. We intrude and say we specifically want to make this prevailing wage on behalf of support of our friends in the unions. And I have many friends in the unions and appreciate the unions deeply, but at the same time, it's inevitable that this sort of thing raises the cost and therefore raises the burden of taxation on the people of Colorado. So, to the letter. I can't thank you all enough for voicing your opposition to the needless efforts to union labor to shamelessly grab significant portions of energy sector construction. The simple act of making all PLA requirements, project labor agreement requirements in the bill, would have opened up the participation of all contractors, says this correspondent. Union and open shop, so both. It doesn't say you can't do, but it says it's permissive. It allows for a true competition. Of course, in doing so, all competitive bidding would then become fair and open. We surely know with whom that becomes a problem. My firm, so this is an individual who actually works in the space, and others like ours have successfully bid against union contractors on publicly funded projects requiring prevailing wages. Those countless victories serve to prove one thing: wages aren't the issue. Innovation, execution, and quality of work are the performance factors that have made us a best choice for Colorado taxpayers. Further, it allows for the non-union workers and taxpayers a fair shot at this work. I wish to be clear in that I carry respect for countless union electricians who have displayed exceptional skill and work quality, and I do as well. I'm many friends and support in the work trades, the building trades. Those things are similar to both of us. However, the collective bargaining agreement, a condition within the PLA agreements, the project labor agreements, has found no appeal to both the merit shop labor force and their employees. Our combined teams are happy to compete on level playing field at any time. Today, all of you showed the merit shop contractors of Colorado you have a sound grasp of the facts and share our free market values, and for that I am truly grateful. Lastly, in addition to my role, and I will leave the name of the company out, I sit on the board of directors of the Rocky Mountain chapter of the Association of Building Contractors. I also chair the Government Affairs Committee and would love to discuss with any of you advancing a bill, they're asking for engagement here, that would prohibit bidding opportunities issued by any publicly funded entity from requiring PLA agreements as a condition of bid award. So again, not from the mouth of a politician, yours truly, but from someone who actually works in the space, competes in the space, pays the prevailing wages, and is concerned that the elements of this bill that lean into PLAs and promote PLAs will be a burden over time to the taxpayers, which aligns, of course, with the argument I was making on seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I talked on this bill in seconds, and I heard it in committee and had some real issues with this bill. And I think there's the real reason that I believe that the prevailing wage rules in this bill will make new construction more expensive. It's going to raise labor costs without creating any offsetting efficiencies. And it'll create an even more expensive environment in an already pricey energy generation transmission, and distribution. And with our current national push, I guess, towards our green energy agenda, I think this bill drastically raises the bottom line taxpayer costs regarding our green energy transition. And we heard in committee that, these project labor agreements that even if the non-union contractors would get one of these, they would only do it once. They said the risk was it was just too much of a risk. They would only, if one of those contractors got it, they'd only do it once. And we heard that, especially on electrical contractors, that 90% of them are non-union. So there's 90% of your workforce right there from the get-go being not working for this. And, and I think it really puts Colorado at a disadvantage in the competitive arena, and especially for renewable projects. So there was also, and I don't remember the witness's name now, but spoke of trying to be involved with the stakeholding in this bill, who represented 90% of those non-union electrical contractors, and since it didn't get invited, so that was a little concerning for me, and I think that I think the contract and when they issue a contract and the winners of those bids and those contracts should be based on performance, and it should be done to save the taxpayers of Colorado money, and it should be the minimum or the most minimal cost for completion of a quality project. So for those reasons, I was a no in committee, and I'll be a no in the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pelton B.
I think when we were talking about it in seconds, we just wanted to make sure Friday, when we were talking about this, we were really focusing on making sure that we're just not condensing the workforce. Making sure that we don't have where, like the good senator from Newcastle just talked about, where you have 90% of the workforce that are non-unions, then you have 10% of the workforce that is union. And I just want to make sure that, my view, especially as a county commissioner, when we're dealing with budgets, we're dealing with taxpayers' money, that when I was putting together the budget for Logan County and we were having bids and projects, that we made sure we opened it up to everybody, so we made sure we got the best deal with those taxpayer money. We don't want to just do PLA agreement with PLA agreement or independent contractor with independent contractor. If there's somebody that has a PLA agreement, I don't think that person needs to be able to come up to that PLA agreement to bid that job. Because like the good senator from Newcastle talked about, is like there's only one of them that would do that, and they'd only do it once, because it's very difficult to do that when you're an independent contractor and you don't have a union. So I just want to make sure that we have all of the workforce available to do these jobs. It's going to take all of us working together to be able to make this happen, and not just give one industry or one section of the workforce kind of preferential treatment. That's where I don't want to have happen. So I still ask for a no vote on this bill, but thank you, and thank you again for the sponsors.
Zoe, please add Senator Hansen to the roll. Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify. We did talk about this on seconds a little bit, but I do want to just clarify that the project labor agreement language is just simply stating that the utility is authorized to use a PLA, and that a project should not be denied simply because they used a PLA. It doesn't require it, and they would only be allowed to require it on such projects if the PUC felt it was in the best interests of ratepayers. So it is not a blanket requirement. It is not cutting out 90% of the workforce. It is just permitting it and authorizing it as something that can be used, and stating that a project can't be denied because they were using the PLA. Thanks.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I won't even get into the project labor agreement debate. You know, a few sessions ago, 2019, what we did in Colorado was, I think it's fair to say, over my no vote, but nevertheless, the General Assembly adopted a version of what's known in the construction law industry, at least, in the wage hour business, as Little Davis-Bacon. The Davis-Bacon Act was passed in 1931 at the instigation, lobbying, and so forth of labor unions, and at the time was firmly considered by many to be an attempt to discriminate against African American workers and immigrant workers who were not unionized and were not permitted in the unions at the time, just to raise a little bit of interesting and ugly history. They don't have that effect today, of course, because of Title VII. But nevertheless, the prevailing wage rate is something like, on average, 20, it's not prevailing at all. It's more than prevailing. And there have been a lot of discussion over the past couple of years about the flawed methodology, which in essence raises those wages by a good 20% over what the true prevailing wage rate for those trades and that work is. It also has the effect of driving the cost of public projects up. The most conservative estimates are that it's 10%, but on a relatively small $10 million project, that's $1 million. A lot of money in my checkbook. And where does that come from? Well, it comes from taxpayers. It comes from things for all of, and in this bill, what we're doing, I mean, we already extended to public projects, and that's a choice that the General Assembly makes, and the executive branch presumably signs that bill or has a veto overridden, but in that case, the bill was signed by the governor. And so basically, it is a decision for all of the taxpayers in Colorado that you need to pay more. You need to pay more for your public projects. So all you county commissioners, all you special districts, all you cities, all of your taxpayers need to pay more for your projects so that you can pay more wages. And that's, again, it's a public policy choice. But it is taking money from, more money from taxpayers for the project, or getting less for the money that's available. What this bill does is creates a new category of public works projects, energy sector public works projects. It's kind of interesting because we already in 2019 extended prevailing wage rates and the requirement to public projects. So now, why do we need to extend it to something called energy sector public works projects? Well, that's because investor-owned utilities are not public projects. They're done by investors. And who pays the bill there? The investors? Well, no, not really, because the energy sector is highly regulated, and we have a Public Utility Commission that allows a lot of pass-ons and pass-throughs to the ratepayers. Now, I couldn't be able to so freely say that before a recent bill that limited what they were passing on, which I think in its own way had some good aspects to it. So now we're not only telling taxpayers, as taxpayers, that they have to pay more for their projects. Now we're going to tell everybody who pays a utility bill in our state. Kind of flies in the face of the select committee on utility cost, because we're increasing construction cost for all those power plants and pipelines and everything else, and what's going to happen? That's all going to get passed on to not just me, who can afford, even after all my limited service here making less than an aide, I still am able to pay my utility bill, but I have many, many constituents that struggle to do so. And a nickel here and a nickel there means real money to them. A dollar here and a dollar there. We can talk about $1 million here and $1 million there. In their budgets, they talk about a dollar here and a dollar there. And we're not talking luxuries. We're not talking event sales tickets and whether or not they can buy or repurchase for a ticket to Beyonce or the Broncos. We're talking about whether they have enough heat for themselves and their children. So I don't have any doubt that this will pass. I kind of think maybe it'll pass on a 23 to 12 vote, somewhere thereabouts. But don't, and I can't control what anybody thinks, but don't think that when you vote yes, that you're not moving money from someone's pocket to another person's pocket. And some of those people that you're moving the money from their pocket are people who have had a great amount of difficulty paying for their heat this winter, paying for the groceries for their children. Sure, we're going to help the relatively high-wage workers who deserve what the market will pay them, because those are scarce skills, and people work hard. But when you distort the market, you're taking money from one person's pocket and picking winners and losers, putting it in another person's pocket. And you're doing so forcibly, because as you vote, each of us who votes thinks that we know best. You think you know best. I suggest it's not best. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. I want to ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 292. I want to make sure that for those of you who haven't heard from constituents like I have, there is definitely voices in industry in Colorado who have reached out to me for sure. I know they've reached out to the senator from Sterling as well. And they want their concerns to be heard. These are qualified, non-union organizations here in Colorado, businesses here in Colorado, who have studied Senate Bill 292, and as you heard the senator from Sterling say, are very concerned that the language regarding project labor agreements in Senate Bill 262 will restrict competition, will increase costs, and it will cause delays, or can do all of the above. Not saying that they will do all the above, but certainly can do all of the above. And that the language in Senate Bill 272, they feel places qualified, non-union Colorado businesses at a distinct disadvantage when it comes to completing these projects. Now, what you've heard, or at least what I've heard, is it's not really the case. This bill, Senate 292, only opens up opportunities for PLAs, saying that a project can't be arbitrarily dismissed because of PLAs. And I think I'm looking at the language that is being referred to. So, and the bill sponsors can certainly correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at the engrossed bill on page 20, starting on line 16, where we're creating this entirely new subsection, 24-92-306. This didn't exist before in statute. That states energy sector public works projects, the use of project labor agreements, PLAs. So number one, and this is the paragraph that I believe the proponents are referring to. A public utility, cooperative electric association, or independent power producer is authorized to incorporate a project labor agreement requirement for an energy sector public works project if the project labor agreement will promote successful project delivery by securing a skilled labor force for the project, and if it will promote cost efficiency, safety, quality, and timely completion of the project. That sounds dandy to me. We can use these PLAs if they will promote successful project delivery by securing everything that I think we would want in a project: cost efficiency, safety, quality, and timely completion of the project. And if this subsection 24-92-306 would end there, then I might be able to buy that argument with a straight face. But it continues. And this is what I feel, colleagues, is the most important part of 24-92-306. If all construction, this is number two. So number one is the proclamation that, hey, we're only doing this if it's going to be fantastic and do everything we want in a project. But they added a number two. And in number two it says, if all construction work on an energy sector public works project is covered by a project labor agreement. So again, we gave permission, you can use one, but if one is used, then the requirements of these newly created sections, 24-92-304 and 24-92-305 do not apply to the project. End of paragraph. So I'm kind of feel like I'm hearing two different things. Like, oh, no, it's okay. We're just authorizing things and allowing it. It's not putting anybody at an advantage or a disadvantage. But then right away, colleagues, we add number two here that says, but by the way, if you go ahead and use a project with a PLA, right away, most of this new language, I shouldn't say most, a lot of this new language that we're creating will no longer apply. And what does not apply if we use a PLA? What exactly are we striking out of a requirement? We're striking 24-92-304 and 24-92-305. 24-92-304 is regarding the craft labor employment training, and wage requirements. So right away, if a PLA is in force, we don't need to worry about craft labor employment, training, and wage requirements, and everything that's in there, which I'll read to you. And we don't need to worry, and I know what the argument's going to be, like, we don't need to do that. We're using a PLA, and some of this stuff is already going to be addressed. I don't think all of it's going to be addressed, and I'll explain why. And the other piece that now no longer needs to apply is all of the newly created 24-92-305. So catch this, colleagues. We no longer need to worry about, under the Energy Sector Public Works Project, record keeping, reporting, sanctions, compliance with best value employment metrics. If you don't use a PLA, all of these apply. But if you don't use a PLA, magically these provisions are no longer important. So, I think the question is, how confident are we that the use of a PLA is going to satisfactorily ensure, as a replacement, what the authors put into 24-92-304. And, again, would love to hear the argument as to how the citizens of Colorado should be confident that the mere use of a PLA is going to address all of this. So in 24-92-3, but just know, right away, in my opinion, we're creating what could be an unlevel playing field. Certainly opening up the perception of what could be an unlevel playing field. And here's what I mean by that. Let's say you're a person that believes firmly that all or nearly all of 24-92-304 and 24-92-305, almost all of those are going to be satisfactorily met if we use a PLA. Just think if you're the person or persons that need to make the decision as to whether or not we should, as a body, as a group, as a team, use a PLA in this particular project. I mean, I've been in business for 30 years. The choice is, as I see it, we can either go with a PLA and not have to worry about it, because I think the proponents will tell you, you don't have to worry about it. So as the person making the decision, we could say, hey, we can use a PLA and not have to worry about it. Or we decide we want to use a qualified, local, non-union business, and now all of a sudden we look and go, oh, okay. Well, now we've got to deal with all of the sections, the brand newly created subsections of 24-92-304 and 24-92-305. Colleagues, the mere existence of that differential, to me, tells me that the emails and the phone calls that I'm getting aren't necessarily misguided or misinterpreted. There are two different standards. One, if we use a PLA, you don't have to comply with all the laws here. The other, if we don't use a PLA, and now we have to deal with the craft labor employment training wage requirements. 1A.
Senator Smallwood, would you like to go into your second 10 minutes?
May I, Mr. President?
Please.
Thank you, sir. So 1A, except as otherwise provided in subsections 1B and 1C of this section, a contract between public utilities, cooperative electric associations, or independent power producers and lead contractors for an energy sector public works project must include provisions expressly requiring that all work performed under the contract comply with the requirements of section 24-92-115.7. I don't have time to read that to you, but no, this is something new. You chose not to use a PLA, therefore we've got to go into the statute book, figure out what this is, make sure that there's compliance with that. By the way, if you just use a PLA, you wouldn't have to mess with that. But it's a level playing field, don't worry. And the requirements of Part 2 of this Article 92, if the project is an electric power generation project with a nameplate generation capacity of 1 megawatt of higher? 1 megawatt? I have to check with the bill sponsor, see if that's a typo, by the way. Page 14, line 6. Nameplate generation, somebody smarter than me should look that up. Nameplate generation capacity of 1 megawatt of higher? Is that right? Just reading the bill. With a nameplate generation capacity of 1 megawatt of higher, or if the project is a project specified in subsection 24-92-303-5B, Roman numeral 2, with a total project cost of $1 million or more. These requirements constitute material terms of such contracts. So, level playing field, right? Pick a PLA, don't have to mess with it. Don't pick a project with PLA. Now, here's another piece that we need to ensure compliance of. Now we're into B, for energy sector public works projects funded pursuant to 24-92-303-5A, Roman numeral 1, capital A, the requirements, blah, 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 need to go through this, need to do this. But it's a level playing field, even though we've now added a brand new subsection to the subsection. Roman numeral 2, for energy sector public works projects under 24-92-303-5B, Roman numeral 2. The requirements of this Part 3 apply only when the total project cost is $1 million or more, the aggregated public assistance from the state funded from a public utility or funding from a cooperative electric association is $500,000 or more. Then we have to go through this. So long as the compliance with any applicable federal Inflation Reduction Act qualification requirements is material. You see what I'm saying? Colleagues, this goes on for pages. This goes on for pages, and we're only in 24-92-304. We haven't even gotten to 24-92-305 with. So right away, if you're the person making the decision on a project, and you have the choice to either go with a PLA or subject yourself to page after page after page after page of brand new Colorado statute, how can anybody with a straight face say, no, this is a level playing field. We're just providing opportunity for PLAs. We're not tilting things at all into anybody's advantage or disadvantage. Colleagues, this just doesn't pass the smell test. 24-92-305. The record keeping, reporting, craft labor certification, sanctions, compliance with best value. The lead contractor, this is what you have to do if you don't choose a PLA. Lead contractor shall prepare certified payroll records. This is just a start. Have to prepare certified payroll records. I don't even know what a certified payroll record is. I've been in business 30 years handling payroll. I know all kinds of payroll records. Certified by what? How? Hopefully that's in the definition someplace. Obtain certified payroll records from all contractors, from all your subcontractors on the project. Submit the records to the public utility. Go on, the lead contractor shall prepare a craft labor certification on a quarterly basis. Don't have to do that if you pick a PLA. Must include all of this stuff, sworn attestations, the public utility, other producer, is responsible for the maintenance of the records for all craft labor, certifications, a public utility, cooperative electric association, independent power producers. So, colleagues, whether you carry what I would consider just an illogical level of confidence that a PLA is simply going to have all this in there and we don't need to worry at all about page after page after page of the compliance that we force upon projects that don't choose a PLA, even if you believe that and you can tell me that with a straight face, to tell me that you believe that this isn't creating some sort of unlevel playing field, to me, just again, doesn't even sound logical. plenty of stuff I like in the bill. But it's so overshadowed by the state of Colorado and this General Assembly stepping in once again to pick winners and losers. And in this case, the losers, in my opinion, are the qualified Colorado businesses that happen to provide health insurance, 401k plan, everything else to their non-union workers. But when compared to the requirements that they have to provide, just so clearly, the fact, colleagues, that even we put language in here that says, tell us about the pension plan you require. Well, non-union plans, by and large, don't have a pension plan. In this bill, we say, talk about the pension plan that you are going to be offering your workers. As if we have decreed that a pension plan, a defined benefit plan, is better than a defined contribution plan, no matter how rich the defined contribution plan is, no matter how many hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars per worker that the employer is plowing into a 401k plan, a defined contribution plan, just by the language that's used in Senate Bill 292, as I read it, it says one is better than the other. And certainly, when picking projects, this is the farthest thing from a level playing field. And for those reasons, colleagues, I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 292.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was, Mr. President, I was also a no vote in committee on this bill, Senate Bill 292. The main issue that I have with it is that it is addressing in an encouraging way how to engage with one particular type of the sector of skilled workers in this one area of energy construction. But that's not what our state legislature, what our laws, our statute ought to be doing. We ought to be representing the people, and the people in what is in the people's best interest, not in one particular segment of industry's best interest. So it would be just as inappropriate if we were to put in the education area of statute, in the education title, to say, hey, here's how we're going to go about collective bargaining agreements with CEA or AFT. That's what we ought to be doing, is just say, it's in our interest to engage professionals to fulfill the needs that we have in the state and the utilities and so on, but not to say, here's how we're going to prefer, or let's engage them all in this fashion. That's a contractual matter, and there should be no preference. What ought to happen, again, is just what is in the interest of the people, and not doing any favors out there for anybody, doing the favors only for the interest of those that are paying for all of this construction, and that's the people of the state of Colorado. And for that specific reason, I'd urge a no vote on Senate Bill 292. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, urge an O vote on Senate Bill 292. Just to kind of pick up where some of my colleagues left off, because we were told that no, I mean, the whole smoke and mirrors thing here, right? That no, you don't have to go hire a project labor agreement person, a PLA. You don't have to do that. You're authorized to, but you don't have to. But here's the thing. So on page 20 of this bill, line 27, or actually it starts on line 25. If all construction work on an energy sector public works project is covered by a project labor agreement, the requirements of section 29-92-304 and 305 do not apply to the project. And one of my colleagues started reading through all of this, but here's the deal. It's really good for the people who are contracting out the projects to have a project labor agreement in place, because they don't have to do a whole bunch of reporting either. So first of all, it starts off with, if you start on page 17, this is in 305. energy sector public works projects, record keeping, reporting, craft labor certification. So if your project is, if all of the construction work on an energy sector public works project is covered by a project labor agreement, then you do not have to do this. The lead contractor for an energy sector public works project does not have to prepare certified payroll records for everybody. So that's what they don't have to do. The lead contractor, so this is what the lead contractor doesn't have to do. The lead contractor for an energy sector public works project does not have to prepare craft labor certification on a quarterly basis. A craft labor certification must include the following. So this is what they don't have to do. They don't have to get sworn testimony from or sworn statements that the lead contractor is fully compliant with all employment training and wage requirements. So the lead contractor doesn't have to prove that up if it's covered by a project labor agreement. Doesn't have to do any of that. Does not have to swear under the penalty of perjury that the lead contractor is fully compliant. Why not? Why wouldn't they have to be fully compliant with all employment, training, and wage requirements? Why not? But here's the other thing. If you hire someone who is has a project labor agreement, so you hire the lead contractor and it's covered by a project labor agreement, you as the public utility, the Cooperative Electric Association, the independent power producer, or other owner of an energy sector public works project is not responsible for maintenance of records. So you don't have to keep records either for maintenance of records for all craft labor certifications. The public utility cooperative, the electric association, the independent power producer, or other owner of the energy sector public works project doesn't have to comply with quarterly reporting, providing copies quarterly or required by the contract that the lead contractor provide copies quarterly to the Department of Labor and Employment for review and oversight. Wow, and the Department of Labor for review and oversight, the Department of Labor gets let off the hook. If that is, of course, all construction work on an energy sector public works project is covered by a project labor agreement. It's right here in the bill on page 20. Page 20, if all construction work on an energy sector public works project is covered by a project labor agreement, you don't have to comply with all of that. You don't have to comply with any of that. If you are the public utility, cooperative electric association, independent power producer, or other owner of an energy sector public works project, you get let off the hook. All this reporting requirements, all this stuff, you don't have to make sure that the lead contractor is fully compliant with all employment training and wage requirements, gone. And the Department of Labor, they get off the hook because they're not gonna have to review all that stuff now because you don't have to do it if the project person that you hired is covered by a project labor agreement. So we're incentivizing public utilities, cooperative electric associations, independent power producers, and other owners of energy sector public works projects to have your project done by someone who has a project labor agreement, because then you don't have to do all this paperwork either. But I think the real atrocity here is you don't have to prove up. The lead contractor doesn't have to prove up that they're fully compliant with all employment training and wage requirements. And wait, it gets better. If an energy sector public works project uses federal funding that requires compliance with the federal Davis-Bacon Act, the owner of the energy sector public works project shall notify the PUC of their intent to use federal funding to fund in whole or part the Energy Sector Works Project, and require the lead contractors and all other contractors and subcontractors working on the Energy Sector Public Works Project to pay applicable federally stipulated wage and benefit rates and provide certified payroll reports to the Public Utilities Commission in the same manner as required in subsection 1. That is, of course, unless if all of the construction work on an energy sector public works project is covered by a project labor agreement, then this requirement does not apply to the project. You don't have to do any of that. How many times have we heard the argument about wages, about minimum wage, about benefits, Family and Medical Leave Act? This says very clearly in this bill, it's right here on page 20. If all construction work on an energy sector project is covered by a project labor agreement, the requirements of section 304 and 305 do not apply to the project. So that means, again, there's nothing to swear that the lead contractor doesn't have to swear, doesn't have to swear to it, that he's fully compliant with all employment, training, and wage requirements, no reporting. They don't have to follow all this reporting requirements. The public utility, the Cooperative Electric Association, the independent power producer, other owner of energy sector public works project, they're not responsible for providing records. They don't have to do the quarterly reporting. And they don't have to notify the Public Utilities Commission that they're going to use federal funding to fund the project. So we get it. We get the part where it says you're just authorized. You're just authorized to be able to hire someone and incorporate a public labor agreement requirement. You're authorized to do that. You don't have to do that, public works project owners. You don't have to do that. But if you do that, then all the requirements in section 304 and 305 do not apply to the project. That's a huge incentive. So, right, they don't have to. They'd be stupid not to, though, at this point. I urge a no vote on 292.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 292. Are there any no votes? Senators Rodriguez, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer.
It happens.
Smallwood. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to remove my no vote from the last bill election.
Senator Rodriguez will
And be recorded as a yes vote.
Senator Rodriguez will be removed as a no vote and recorded as a yes vote. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 292 passes. Co-sponsors, Senator Cutter, Bridges, Rodriguez, Priola, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Exum, Fields, Buckner, Sullivan, Winter, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Coker, Danielson. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 297?
Senate Bill 297, Senators Zenzinger and Pelton R., Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning the expansion of the America 250 Colorado 150 Commission and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 297 on third reading, and I just had a few comments that I wanted to make about the bill. So the Latin-derived numerical names that are used as root elements for when you are coming up with the name of an anniversary date. So for example, this commission is in order to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America and 150th anniversary of Colorado. And it creates a commission so that when those anniversaries come up, we can celebrate them. So for example, the sesquicentennial represents 150 years, and it is broken down this way. You use the root element of each word, and you literally multiply it together in order to create the anniversary name. The sesquicentennial, which is for 150 years, is broken down as sesqua, 1.5, times centennial, 100. And that's how you get 150 years. Sometimes new anniversary dates are coined incorrectly by adding the root element rather than multiplying it. So for example, there was a coined phrase for the 175th anniversary, and people started calling it the septa quinta quinque centennial. But that literally means 35,000 years. It does not mean 175. And that's because you take the Latin root and you multiply it together in order to create the anniversary name, not add them together. So for those reasons, I ask for your yes vote for the commission that will help plan the anniversary dates of the Colorado 150 or sesquicentennial and America 250, the semi-quincentennial celebrations.
Senator Pelton, radiant.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I also am up here to ask for your support. God willing, I'll be here for the 150th and the 250th. I was at the 100th and the 200th. So I think that would be pretty special. Just so everyone knows, there's a little controversy in my household over me being a sponsor on this bill. My wife doesn't seem to think that this is something that we should be using state funds for, but she's entitled to be wrong every once in a while. The one thing this bill does is change the membership that the governor gets to appoint from 6 to 10. And those 4 members determined by the governor in the governor's discretion to enhance and expand expertise of the commission with regards to its duties as set forth in subsection 4 of this section. I would hope he really pays special attention to agriculture. There's some members already outlined in this statute, you know, that have to do with the Italian heritage and Black history and all that. So I would really hope that, you know, agriculture and some of those others are represented in this commission too, and I would ask for your yes vote.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you. And I would just like to thank my co-prime sponsor for her excellent explanation and definition. I think that added a lot to our discussion today.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask all my fellow colleagues here to pray for Pelton B., the good senator from
Peltonia.
From Peltonia, yes, from Sterling, who just put on the record that his wife is sometimes wrong. And I'd like to go on the record as saying that never happens. Cheyenne Wells. Oh, well, you know, if I were you, I wouldn't have corrected that. Cheyenne Wells. More to the point, I do believe that it's wholly appropriate for us to put together a a big, wonderful, inspiring celebration of the 150th year of Colorado as a state, along with the 250th year of United States being a nation. But I was a no vote on this earlier because I don't believe it's being turned over to the right folk. This is to commission History Colorado to lead that organization, and History Colorado has demonstrated either a lack of understanding of the history and values of the United States or a rejection of those principles. But you can see it just by walking in, especially if you walk through their store and see the books that they have on display and some of the pins and so on, declaring, for instance, that the United States is a democracy when we all know that it is not. It's very intentionally not a democracy. We are a republic because republic prefers the majority rule but always respects the minority's rights, and a pure democracy does just the opposite of that. So they struggle with these understandings, and so they are not the appropriate people. It might be the appropriate organizational structure, but it's certainly not the appropriate folks in charge who we ought to be entrusting an important event like this that ought to be inspiring and ought to remind Coloradoans of who we are as Americans, who we are as Coloradoans. And so we ought to choose someone different, someone who has a much better internalized understanding of American founding principles, and not the organization History Colorado, who have just kind of disqualified themselves through what they've been doing over the past several years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I appreciate the remarks from the good senator from Teller County. Close enough, I believe. I listened the other day when this bill was brought up, and it made me think, being from Colorado Springs, that correct me if I'm wrong, was it just 2 years ago that Colorado Springs, we celebrated our CESA centennial, whatever, our 150th anniversary of the founding of Colorado Springs, quite frankly, it was a big deal. We had a lot of people come from out of state to help us celebrate the 150th anniversary of the founding of Colorado Springs. And for those of you who are familiar with Colorado Springs, right in downtown Colorado Springs, at the intersection of Cascade and Pikes Peak Avenue, is where the first stake was driven for the founding of Colorado Springs. And like I say, for the preceding year or two, heading up to the 150th anniversary, a lot of people got in character. I know a number of people, including our good mayor, let their facial hair grow, because in those days, a lot of men wore facial hair. And so there was a big celebration. People became more aware of the history of Colorado Springs, which was beneficial to everybody, because a lot of people have lived in Colorado Springs for 10 and 20 or 30 years, and they really don't know the history of our fair city or the history of Colorado as well, which is why I think a bill of this nature would be important, because most people really don't know the history of Colorado. When we say the history of Colorado, it's not just the history of Colorado Springs or Denver, but the history of the good people on the Eastern Plains and southern Colorado. There's immense history of Colorado in southern Colorado. For those of you who have been in the San Luis Valley, the oldest community, or one of the oldest communities in the nation, is in southern Colorado. And I've been through that town just across the border north of New Mexico. It's a little bitty town, a lot of history, good history there. And then you talk about the Western Slope, the good people from the Western Slope. Once again, immense history, very interesting history of what's gone on in and around the Western Slope. So the Colorado does not rotate, or the soul of Colorado is not just around Denver Boulder. No offense to the good people of Denver Boulder, but Colorado has a great history that probably needs to be celebrated. Another aspect of Colorado Springs, which was also celebrated just a couple of years ago, was the 100th anniversary of the Broadmoor Hotel. That was also, you know, the Broadmoor Hotel is an internationally famous, world-class hotel. And it was founded just a few years ago in 1918, so it was 2018 when it was for the 100th anniversary. Once again, a lot of people came in to celebrate the history of the Broadmoor Hotel, which you know, is a like I say, it's a world-class resort, international gathering. Just last week, the week before, you know, we had the Space Symposium once again at the Broadmoor Hotel. People from all over the world came to the Space Symposium, which has been held now for like 20 or 30 years at the Broadmoor, bringing in, you know, major corporations, internationally acclaimed scientists, world leaders. A lot of people don't know or realize that America the Beautiful was written at the top of Pikes Peak, which is commonly called America's Mountain. The author of America the Beautiful, who was a teacher, professor, she had come from the East and had come in the summer to Colorado Springs at Colorado College to teach. She was an English teacher, and she made her way up to the top of Pikes Peak. Well, you can imagine what that was like in about 1896, plus or minus a year. There was no cog railway. There was really just a dirt road, very rocky road, but she made it up to the top of Pikes Peak and could look out and see the Purple Mountains majesty and the fruited plains. And so she was so inspired that when she got back down to Colorado Springs, which was just a small town at that time, was barely 20 years old, she was so inspired that she wrote America the Beautiful, and which has now become our national anthem. The point of me going through all of this mini history lesson is that I want to give recognition to the good senator from Arvada and the good senator from Cheyenne Wells, that I think that even though I'm a fiscal conservative, I think that the amount of money that we're going to spend, which is somewhat considerable, the state of Colorado will get that back many fold from the people who want to come from the eastern shores and the Midwest and the West and around the world, because Colorado is well known for, you know, many things that I won't go into great detail. You know, besides of our great agricultural industry, our skiing industry, our aerospace industry, our electronics industry, and the good men and women who serve in the military to protect our great country, that we'll get that back many fold. So what we spend now will be a good investment. We're not so much just spending the money, we're investing in the future of Colorado. So with that being said, I do rise in support of Senate Bill 23-297 and encourage you to do the same and come and help us celebrate Colorado's 150th anniversary, as well as America's 250th anniversary, which will only come once in our lifetimes. None of us will be around, in another 100 years from now, or at least, most of us won't be around. So with that, I rise in support and encourage you all to encourage your kids and grandchildren, because the grandchildren may very well be alive in another 100 years, or their children, to help us celebrate this momentous anniversary of Colorado's anniversary of the 150th founding and America's 250th founding. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Liston. Members, please join me in welcoming Senator Pelton B. as he gives us a rendition of America the Beautiful. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. You do not want me to sing. So my wife would tell you that as well. No, as being somebody who was born and raised in the state, I have to tell you that when I read this bill, I was so excited because my history and the history of Colorado, I have studied over the years in all the schools that I've attended on the Eastern Plains or on the Western Slope. One of my favorite books was Centennial. And when I read that book, and it's about the South Platte River Basin and the great cattlemen and the sheepmen who are in big big fights on who was going to be able to conquer the West. And I thought that was a great book, and it was just about in the area where I live. And in fact, in my district, in a little town over by Weldona, there's a town by the name of Orchard, Colorado, and where they actually created the small little town that they filmed that movie in. And so when they made Centennial, the book, a movie, that's what they did, is they actually did that. Another movie that I'd like to talk about when we talked about Colorado is Jeremiah Johnson. When I read that book, and I also watched that movie, and about the great mountain men of the West and what they were doing up there to preserve the West and the independent values that they had to be able to survive. And that is part of our history. I'm very excited to support this bill because I can't wait to go over our history of the great state of Colorado, because we are a very independent people in the state of Colorado. I mean, it's very, very noticeable when you go live in another state after being raised here. Like I lived in Virginia, and I could not wait to get back to the great state of Colorado to be able to have our independence, because there's a lot of non-independent states as well. So thank you very much, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, members, this commission was actually formed through a bill that we passed last year unanimously in this chamber. I'm not sure about the other chamber, but because we are expanding the commission, the appointments to the commission, I thought it might be a good opportunity just to go back and remind everyone what the commission is tasked with doing. And in particular, wanted to point out that we wrote into the formation of the commission an assurance that the commission will work on activities that represent the geographic and demographic diversity of the state. And we felt that that was really important to us. As someone who grew up on the Western Slope, I felt that it was important that the entire state have an opportunity to celebrate their heritage and their history with this anniversary. So I wanted to just highlight that particular aspect of the bill, as well as coordinate with activities that we know are going to be happening nationwide. The rest of America will be celebrating the 250th anniversary of America. Colorado just has the opportunity of also being able to celebrate our 150th at the same time. So we felt like it was important to combine those two activities together so that we could do it right. And so for those reasons, I ask for your yes vote today.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I totally agree with my co-prime sponsor on this. During the 100th celebration, there were celebrations everywhere, not only in Colorado, but because of the anniversary for the Union being its 200th. So I think with the increase in population throughout the whole country and our state, that I think that this could set up to really be a huge celebration, and so thankful to be a part of this bill that is being run this year to help bolster that commission that was set up last year.
Senator Bridges.
Sesquicentennial. I just wanted to say it on the mic. I'm very glad we're the centennial state, not the sesquicentennial state. Good bill,
Seeing
yeah.
no further discussion, the motion is the Senator 205 has been requested and granted. The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 297. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Smallwood, with a vote of, I know, I'm just playing. Senator Smallwood, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded as a yes vote on Senate Bill 297.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as an aye vote on 297. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 297 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Pelton B., Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Gardner, Simpson, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Priola, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Cutter, Sullivan. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 295.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 295. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 295. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 295?
Senate Bill 295, Senators Robertson, Will, Representatives McCluskey and Catlin, concerning the creation of the Colorado River Drought Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 295 on third reading.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 295. Imagine that. Just another example of how Colorado takes the lead in these very difficult discussions. You think back to the founding of the state and the doctrine of prior appropriation, and having it embedded in our Constitution was really in multiple language. It really set the stage for, riparian rights, which were prevalent across most of the eastern part of the United States. But in an environment with not always enough supply and more demand. The doctrine is really what set the standard and what we needed to do. This, again, just follows along in that rich history and tradition of being innovative and thoughtful, following the doctrine of prior appropriation. Mr. Delph Carpenter, really the architect of any number of compact obligations across the state, the Colorado in particular, the Rio Grande, which is near and dear to my heart. But again, very thoughtful about how you appropriate the usable waters of the state amongst a variety of interests. Really set the stage, and again, very innovative. Colorado led in 1969 with the Water Rights Determination and Administration Act, which set up divisions in water court divisions across the state. I, to this day, still have folks calling me from other western states about how we are so advanced in this conversation, like 70 years ahead of everybody else in the legal space of dealing with water rights and administration. Then again in 2005, the Water for the 21st Century Act, 05-1177, really, Russ George was instrumental in creating that. Another example of our innovation, setting up basin roundtables across the state, with basin roundtables in the Southwest and on the Colorado River to bring folks together to talk about these challenging issues. It set up the Interbasin Compact Committee as well. Then in 2015, with really Governor Hickenlooper tasking the Colorado Water Conservation Board to develop our first water plan that was delivered in 2015. This Senate Bill 295 just follows on the heels of that. Have spoken with the sponsors about the challenges of bringing folks together to have difficult conversations about how we manage drought through a task. The task force is not going to manage the drought. The task force will be working on trying to identify more innovative processes to help Colorado deal with the really challenging conditions and circumstances, whether, you know, we've demonstrated before about in-stream flow programs. We've demonstrated before about alternative transfer mechanisms. There's always space for more conversation here, how to be innovative, how we incorporate more storage in the conversation, how we address the multiple ag issues and needs and municipal interests and recreational and environmental needs. The task force has its work cut out for them, but I'm very supportive and appreciate the sponsors willing to engage in this conversation. I know it was a little convoluted how you got here, but fully support you in the efforts and look forward to hearing how the task force unfolds and what kind of recommendations maybe come out of the task force. So, Mr. President, I rise in support of Senate Bill 295.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this Senate Bill 2. I just want to say thank you to both the sponsors for listening to our concerns on the other side of the divide. We get a lot of Colorado River that comes over to the Eastern Plains. I made sure that when we started talking about this, I wanted to be a co-sponsor on this bill because I wanted to really get into that conversation about how important the Colorado River is to the entire state. And I really appreciate both the sponsors really amending this bill to get it into a good place to have that discussion about how well it is, how much this is important to the rest of the state. So I want to thank the sponsors for that, and I'm very excited about what kind of recommendations will come out of this, so we can hear them next year. So I rise in support. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this bill, and I want to thank both the prime sponsors on all their work with this bill. When this bill first was introduced, I had a lot of concerns, and I was going to be a no vote. But through all their hard work with the stakeholders that really have a space around this topic, I am a yes vote. I was yes in committee. I appreciate the work since it came out of committee, even on adding additional members to help represent ag. One thing I hope really comes out of this, well, several things, but one thing I hope they look at, you know, there's been a push the last several years for some water speculation on the western slope. And, you know, if that happens and it starts drying up ag, especially out on the west slope, that'll really hurt Colorado's economy. Agriculture is a very strong driver in this state in its economics, and the western slope provides some marvelous produce that we all enjoy. So I hope that is something that is explored throughout this task force also, and that it shows just how detrimental that would be. So with that, I urge support for this bill, and I will be a yes vote.
Senator, seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 295. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have, oh, this is not seconds. I do both. It would have been easier that way. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 295 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton R., Simpson, Mullica, Exum, Winter, Cutter, Buckner, Janal, Zenzinger, Smallwood, Rodriguez, Marchman. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the third reading calendar until later today.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the third reading calendar until later on today. Are there any no? I'm just joking. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It sounds like the ayes have it, and we will lay over the balance of the calendar until later on today. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title of SJR 004?
Senate Joint Resolution 4 by Senators Bridges and Van Winkle, Representatives Kippen and Bockenfeld, concerning uniformity among municipalities that locally collect sales and use taxes on construction materials, including issuance of building permits.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SJR 23004.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is the adoption of SJR 004. Are there any no votes? There we go. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, SJR 004 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader. Please, Mr. Majority Leader, help us.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special order. Oh, hold on 1 second. We already went across the reports, right? I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders second reading consent calendar at the hour of 12:39 p.m. House Bill 1056 and Senate Bill 302.
The motion is the Senate take up House Bill 1056 and Senate Bill 302 on special orders consent at the hour of 12:39 p.m. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up House Bill 1056 and Senate Bill 302 on special orders consent at the hour of 12:39 p.m. Second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders second reading consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of the bills, consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title of all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1056, Representative Hamrick, Senator Cutter, concerning modernizing record-keeping by the State Archives. Senate Bill 302, Senators Pelton B. and Henriksen, Representatives Ortiz and Hartzell, concerning changes to the Colorado Veterans Service to Career Program.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on the special orders second reading consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes House Bill 1056 and Senate Bill 302 and the Associated State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption. Is there any discussion on the committee reports? The motion before the body is the adoption of all of the committee report on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted. Is there any discussion of any of the bills on the consent calendar for the special order second reading of bills calendar? Seeing none, all of those in favor, seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report. It's that little boy who gabbled earlier? Yes.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met and had a number of bills under consideration. Ms. Cole, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 302 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1056 passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 302 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. And House Bill 1056 passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders second reading at the hour of 12:43 p.m. Senate Bill 298 and House Bills 1153, 1201, 1212, 1218, 1237, 1244, 1197, 1236, 1271, 1278, 1245, 1259, 1264, 1216, 1249, 1120, 1233, 1190, and Senate Bill 296. Colleagues, calendars have been distributed to your desks.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bill 298, House Bills 1153, 1201, 1212, 1218, 1237, 1244, 1197, 1236, 1271, 1278, 1245, 1259, 1264, 1216, 1249, 1120, 1233, 1190, and Senate Bill 296 at the hour of 12:43 p.m. This requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And that motion is adopted.
It was a lot.
The Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 12:48, although we said 12:43. Senator Gonzalez. Special orders, second reading of the bills consent calendar. Sorry. Special orders.
Second.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted, and the Senate resolves of the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Gonzalez take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 298?
Senate Bill 298, Senators Gardner and Roberts, Representatives McCormick and Buckenfield, concerning allowing certain public hospitals to improve access to health care through collaboration.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 298, along with the Health and Human Services report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the HHS report.
In appropriations, we just did a small appropriations for
Sorry,
HICPUF.
Senator Gardner. HHS.
Oh, I'm sorry?
To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
My apologies, Madam Chair. I got ahead of myself. The Health and Human Services report made some technical changes at the request of stakeholders and HICPUF. Did not change the intent of the bill at all, and we ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of the HHS committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The aye has it, and that report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee made a relatively small appropriation for HICPUF to deal with these hospital collaboration agreements and their review. We ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L007 to 298?
Amendment L007.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L007.
To the amendment.
Thank you. We will talk a little bit more about the bill in a moment, but this particular amendment is at the request of the Division of Insurance. The bill allows for collaboration agreements amongst rural and frontier hospitals. The Division of Insurance requested the ability to review them along with HICPUF and the Attorney General's office in order to, when insurance issues are involved with respect to the agreements. And then there's a technical change in that we moved the bill in terms of the Colorado Revised Statutes from rural hospitals to HICPUF, and that turns out to have a lot more name changes than you would imagine. So that's what the amendment consists of. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L007. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L007 to Senate Bill 298. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L007 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, very excited to present Senate Bill 298 and want to thank my co-sponsor, the good senator from Colorado Springs, for all of his work on this. This has been a multi-year project to allow small rural hospitals of fewer than 50 beds, several of which are in my district, that will be able to use this new authority. It allows them to pool their collective negotiating power to negotiate for lower healthcare costs for the people that they serve. A lot of these small rural hospitals often operate in right on the margin on a daily basis. They are just one day away from having to close their doors. If a small hospital has to close, that means Coloradans don't get access to healthcare or have to travel much further for healthcare. And this bill will allow them to, similar to the way large hospitals are able to collectively negotiate, this will allow them to do so for lower healthcare costs, lower prescription drugs, lower medical supply costs, and other things that can help them bring down the cost of care and help them stay open without violating antitrust. And so this bill was worked on very closely with the Attorney General's office. Want to thank them for their work to ensure that we're not running afoul of any laws. But this is a great step forward to cut down some red tape for these hospitals and ensure that they can deliver lower cost care to their constituents and the people in their communities.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. I won't add anything other than to thank my co-prime sponsor, the senator from Avon, and the stakeholders, particularly the rural hospitals and their representatives who worked so hard over the past several months to bring the bill here to the floor and to fruition. We ask for an aye vote.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in strong support of this bill. I heard it in committee, and it's what a great bill to help our rural and frontier and critical access hospitals across Colorado. I couldn't be in more support of this bill, so thank you to the sponsors for this great legislation. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. This sounds like a good bill. Would one of the sponsors, would you know approximately how much money the rural hospitals will save, or each hospital will save, if this bill should pass? You got a ballpark figure or not?
Senator Robert.
How much, I'll repeat the question, how much money would the hospitals save by going into this pooling arrangement? You have an idea?
Senator Gardner.
Just a ballpark, I'm just curious.
It's incalculable. And I say that quite literally. This bill allows, there certainly are a small fiscal impact, but what the hospitals will be able to save when they are able to have these collaborative agreements are going to be pretty big to them. You know, they operate on margins of $50,000 or so. If they're able to enter into collaborative agreements to do things like back office services and other kinds of things, or even to have rural hospitals maybe a little further away, one of which does orthopedic work and the other of which does internal medicine kinds of difficult problems, that's going to be not only money saved, but it is going to be better health care and affordable health care. So we ask for an aye vote.
Senator Liston.
Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you for that explanation, Senator Gardner, or the good senator from Colorado Springs. I had heard that, and I was just looking for verification, I wasn't sure if it's true or not, that some of the hospitals, they might save upwards of $250,000 apiece, which is real money in my book. So if it's 200 or 250, that's good, and more power to them. Thank you.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 298. This came out of committee, the Health and Human Services Committee, 8-0, and what we're looking at is hospitals that are fewer than 50 beds. That helps a lot of these rural communities and the hospitals there. I urge an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 298. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 298 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1153?
You can say the stuff you need to say.
House Bill 1153, Representatives Armagost and Amable, Senators Pelton B. and Rodriguez, concerning a feasibility study to determine pathways to behavioral health care for people with serious mental illness and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1153.
To the bill. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was some question this morning in the Appropriations Committee about why we need a study on pathways to behavioral health care. We're not looking at the system that exists under the Behavioral Health Administration. We're looking at how we get individuals suffering with severe and persistent mental health off the streets, out of competency, thank you, wait list, and into the just treatment services, but also housing and exploring legal pathways such as behavioral health courts to keep individuals accountable in their treatments. Adults in Colorado with severe and persistent mental health illness don't receive the treatment they need and often cycle in and out of emergency rooms, experiences homelessness at higher rates, and oftentimes end up in the criminal justice system. This study will collect information on the number of unhoused persons living with serious mental illnesses, current capacity for both inpatient and outpatient treatment, behavioral health care workforce shortages, capacity of community-based services related for the persons living with serious mental illness, the cost to the state if the state provided funding to allow longer treatment stays under the current behavioral health system, capacity of the judicial system to meet existing demand for diversion, court order care plans, and petitions of the court plans, and guardianship proceedings, and what other approaches the state is taking to provide voluntary and involuntary care for their citizens. The feasibility study must be complete and recommendations delivered to the legislature applicable state agencies by March 2024. So that's why we're doing it.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What my colleague said.
Seeing no further discussion, I appreciate that Senator Rodriguez matched his tie to Senator Pelton B's shirt. All those in favor of, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1153. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1153 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1201?
House Bill 1201, Representatives Doherty and Soper, Senators Mullica and Smallwood, concerning prescription drug benefits contract term requirements and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1201.
To the bill.
Colleagues, House Bill 1201 is important, changes some rules around prescription drug benefit management companies and their contracts with their customers. In a nutshell, prohibiting spread pricing as one of the pricing options that PBMs give their customers, working towards a more transparent pass-through methodology for pricing their services to customers, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is about saving the people of Colorado money. This bill simply tells the PBMs that they can't charge more than what they pay the pharmacy for those drugs, also known as spread pricing. I want to thank my co-sponsor and the stakeholders for this bill. At the end of the day, proud to bring House Bill 1201 before you because it does save money to the people of Colorado. I ask for a yes vote.
The motion before the body, seeing no further discussion, is the adoption of House Bill 1201. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1201 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1212?
House Bill 1212, Representatives Hamrick and Leader, Senators Colker and Danielson, concerning the creation of a navigation program to promote apprenticeship to high school students and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 231212 on second reading.
And I move the Education Committee report.
Education Committee report.
There we go, thank you. To the Education Committee report. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a small amendment to add a little bit of review on the program at the end to make recommendations back to the legislature. Urge and I vote on the report.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Education report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That ed report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. This is an important measure to connect students with apprenticeships that might be great for their futures. It's a good bill. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so this apprenticeship program, this has been a couple of years in the making, of course, and there was passed, I don't recall if it was last year, I think it was last year or possibly the year before, an apprenticeship program that helps connect the K-12 with industry, and it's an encouragement for the industry to bring in K-12 students, high school in particular, to come participate in programs, have a part-time summer job and so on, so that they can realize the application of what they're learning in school with a potential career opportunity for them. So great idea. This bill, however, is an overreach beyond that, and I really scratched my head. Here we had a pure, good-hearted apprenticeship program between industry and K-12, and a wonderful partnership, all ready to go. And now we're going to involve a whole nother organization, a whole nother agency, Department of Labor and Employment, to have a navigator pilot program that'll cost a couple $100,000 to try to help implement this, rather than simply trust in the industry to step up and create those opportunities between their industry, their companies, and the students themselves. So this is one of those, hey, what else could we possibly do? And I suspect there's probably something more behind it that is not obvious, it's not spelled out in the bill. But I imagine it has something to do with the Bill 292 that we were looking at earlier today, trying to help extend one particular side of the House.
Senator Baisley, to please direct your comments to House Bill 1212 directly. Thank you.
I certainly am. And so I don't think that we should ignore when there are companion bills together. I think that's a disservice to the constituents, to our constituents, to the people of Colorado, to prevent them from understanding and knowing that. So I think it's a wholly appropriate piece of information to extend to the public. And so I refuse to hold my mouth on those, Madam Chair. And I urge a no vote on 1212 as it received my no vote in committee.
Further discussion on House Bill 1212? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1212. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1212 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1218?
House Bill 1218, Representatives Brown and Tatone, Senator Hawkes Lewis, concerning requiring that a healthcare facility inform patients as part of the informed consent process of services that the healthcare facility refuses to provide to patients when the refusal is for non-medical reasons and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1218 and the accompanying HHS report.
To the HHS report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did 2 amendments in Health and Human Services. The first one is we corrected a date because CDPHE needed a little bit more time to develop the form and work with the health facilities. And the second amendment actually aided us quite a bit. It was brought to us by several of the healthcare groups, CHA, Centura. It actually allows us to do the scheduling for the services to advise patients during the scheduling for the services. So it was actually helping us quite a bit, and we appreciate the stakeholding that went into that.
Seeing no further, is there any further discussion on the HHS report? Senator Gardner. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the HHS committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The aye has it, and the HHS report is adopted. To the bill.
Actually, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read, will you please read L17 to House Bill 1218?
Amendment L017 by Senator Hawkins Lewis, amend re-engross bill, page 7, line 8, strike complaint process, page 9, line 5, strike written form consent and substitute, providing the current service availability.
Senator
for-
Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L017 to House Bill 1218.
To the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The drafter caught this when we changed the timeline that the form is presented. We needed to adjust the corresponding language, so that's what this amendment does.
Is there any further discussion on L17? Senator Smallwood. Senatorial 5. Further discussion on L17? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L17 to House Bill 1218. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L17 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1218, the patient's right to know, actually helps many patients know what kind of care they can get at what facilities. So if you're a senior and you're interested in certain end-of-life services, they will actually provide what services are given at that facility. If you're LGBTQ, if you're trans, and you need to know if they have gender-affirming care, the patients will be informed about those services as they schedule them. So it is a transparency bill, and we very much appreciate working with the stakeholders and with CDPHE.
Further discussion on 1218? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1218. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1218 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1237?
House Bill 1237, Representative Velasco, Senators Will and Exum, concerning inclusive language access in local emergency situations and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 23-1237, and I think we have appropriations report.
That is correct. To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appropriations appropriate money to do the study, which is a big part of the bill, and we ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the appropriate report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That appropriate report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a pretty simple bill with, I think, huge benefits to consumers, and it's, I got the wrong bill. I grabbed the wrong bill.
That's okay. I got it.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What my brother was trying to say is, most emergency alerts sent out to people in Colorado are only in English. This means that a lot of people living in our communities might not be able to properly understand the alerts being sent out during emergencies, and that's not a good thing. This also is a problem with 911 operators who might get a call from someone who doesn't speak English well, and the operator may have translation services available to them and able to help a person at the other end. House Bill 1237 is the first step towards solving those two language barriers. It requires the University of Colorado Natural Hazards Center to conduct a study to determine what municipalities and sheriffs, excuse me, it must be the governor calling.
Hey. Yeah, decline. Please proceed, Senator Exum.
This requires what municipalities, sheriff's offices, counties, fire districts, and local 911 agencies need to able to provide emergency alerts by July 12/24 to local 911 agencies to provide a live interpretation during 911 calls. And this is going to identify the barriers, identify resources, determine best practices, and present the research effective for emergency alert for people with disabilities also. And we ask for an aye vote.
Senator Will.
Yeah, thank you. This is a good bill, especially for my district that I represent. You know, we talk about a lot of the 911 stuff. It's supported by our sheriffs over there. And but you know, a lot with the really historic natural disasters we've had here in recent years, from fires and floods and just all kinds of emergency alert systems that we need within our counties over there. This is going to be a good thing, especially on the fire side of things. The just evacuations of the elderly and senior homes and senior living communities. It's we've noticed it's a huge endeavor to work on this, as well as just the language barrier part of this that we're going to study on. I think the counties will really benefit from this bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on 1237? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was a no vote in committee on this, and I urge a no vote on this. America is a melting pot. We should not continue to encourage the separation of folks, especially those who immigrate into the United States. We should embrace them by teaching them the prevalent language. It's not our language, not teaching them American, we're teaching them English. So that was my experience in moving to a country that spoke Spanish, was an immediate, hey, let's get these folks to understand our language. And I went through a concentrated Spanish course to get me and my fellow gringos up to speed and speaking Spanish so that we could be part of their community and understand emergency notifications and everything else, just signs, how to interact in retail and so on. And we just felt that as a big embrace rather than anything that's, that was an offense to us. So this, along with all the other accommodations for all the languages, is not just not embracing of other cultures coming in and becoming part of our community, but it's also highly impractical. There are over 7,000 languages spoken right now throughout the world. 7,000. It's impossible to try to keep up with all of that. It makes far more sense and is far more loving and inviting to teach folks the language of English so that we're all on the same page, we all interact as fellow Americans. This is not a good idea, and I encourage a no vote on House Bill 12. I'm sorry, do I have that right? 1237. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was a no vote in appropriations on this bill, not because I don't think this is a great objective. I mean, the bill requires the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management in DPS to study what municipalities, sheriff's offices, counties, fire districts, local 911 agencies need to provide emergency alert in minority languages if at least 2.5% of the residents in the county or municipality of at least 2,000 residents. I guess if you're living in some very small community and you have yourself and many relatives that speak only Spanish, forget it. That strikes me as a little odd, but the division is going to present the study to the Judiciary Committee and the SMART Act, and then in 2026, the bill is going to require an evacuation alert and other public safety alerts sent by county and municipality to be sent by text via a reverse 911 text. This is great. I believe this is a good objective because while I believe America is a melting pot and I believe that one of the most advantageous things that people can do is to become fluent in English, that doesn't change the fact that we have many immigrants and they speak other languages. I'm amazed when I hear about our ESL program and our large school districts in Colorado Springs at the numbers of languages that are spoken as first languages by the students. What I'm really troubled about in this bill, and I don't know at the end of the day what I'm going to do about it, is we're going to give the Division of Homeland Security, my notes say 200,000. My recollection was it was less than that, but nevertheless, we're 77,000. When we get to 77,000, I think we need to say, Department, this is your job. And there are a lot of things that happen in doing your function of your department. And I see this, I've got a stack of bills over there, and I see every one of them is like, we need this many more people to do this thing that's within our wheelhouse, that's required to do. We need this many more people. We need this much more money. I never, in 15 sessions, have had anybody come and say, would you take that money away? We don't do that anymore. That program has gone away. We're not doing it. We don't need a half a FTE, whatever that half FTE looked like. That's my only problem with this bill, is it seems to me that the division ought to be figuring out how to do this within resources and should have been doing it all along. But I believe the goal, the ultimate goal, is a good one. And so I'll leave it at that. I am torn about giving the department more money to do what I think their job is and what ought to be within their purview without a nickel and a dime and a nickel and a dime. But as to the objective, it is a great and important objective for public safety and for those who have come to the United States, particularly people in the first generation. I ask that you consider that all very carefully. Thank you.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good country lawyer senator from Colorado Springs area. I agree in my support of this bill. And I just wanted to come up here to pause for a second, because this is not at all about what you think about assimilation or melting pot or immigration. It has nothing to do with that. This is probably the easiest bill for me to vote on this year. And it's because all it has to do with is when the fire is coming through the valley or the floodwaters are rising, and we need people to know that they need to leave to save their lives, can we communicate that message to them? And this isn't a hypothetical, because it happened. It happened just recently in the Roaring Fork Valley. And that's why I'm really, really glad that the good senator who represents the Roaring Fork Valley is carrying this bill. It's not at all what we believe about immigration or assimilation or learning the language. It's about, in a moment of crisis, when lives are on the line, are we going to give our neighbors the information they need to survive? And if it costs $77,000 and saves just one life, that's the easiest investment in the world, colleagues. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of 1237. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1237 is adopted.
Oh, that's all
Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1244?
House Bill 1244, Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Velasco, Senator Priola, concerning the transfer of the Regional Health Connector Program to the University of Colorado School of Medicine to the Prevention Services Division in the Department of Public Health and Environment, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1244.
To the bill.
Members, this is a bill that moves a department from higher ed to CDPHE. It funds the existing location in University Anschutz for 1 year, and then it funds the CDPHE move the next year. I do have a technical amendment that I need to run. So
There
with
is
that,
an
I move L004.
Well, hold on just a moment, Senator Priola. Ms. Cole, will you please read, because there is an amendment at the desk, will you please read L004?
Amendment L004 by Senator Priola, amend re-engross Bill page 6, line 1 and 2, strike this section and substitute section
Senator
23-20.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Members, this is a simple sentence and a half amendment that's technical in nature. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on L004 to 1244? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 to 1244 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you.
To the bill.
Colleagues, we heard this bill in committee, and what I tried to do in committee was to figure out why we were taking this program, which appeared, at least from everything we heard in testimony, to be something that's working well. This is the Regional Health Connector Program, which I'll chat about. But what we were trying to do is to figure out why we are making the move. Everyone that we talked to who discussed the success of the program, I asked some of the witnesses what the major flaw was, what the problem we were trying to solve was in moving this program from the University of Colorado School of Medicine over to CDPHE. The reason I asked for that is I've had pretty decent success in working with the University of Colorado School of Medicine on at least a few different projects, and they seem to do a good job. The RHCs that I asked in committee what the flaws were actually stated to me, and it'd be great if my colleagues could remind me of that as well, because I believe the answer was there are no problems. We actually
can't identify or aren't comfortable identifying any weaknesses with this program being housed in the University of Colorado School of Medicine and don't know why or what the benefits would be in moving this to CDPHE. Now, my concern is, mention a couple things. In the opening testimony that we heard from proponents, one issue that was brought up was that of funding, as if there is a more stable stream of funding after going through the JVC process, getting things appropriated. What I asked was, how is this a more stable stream of funding dealing with the General Assembly every year, the JVC, the budget process, the long bill process? How is this easier than the funding that would go just directly to the University of Colorado? And candidly, it just didn't seem like I got a reasonable answer from that. There was nothing that I heard in testimony that made it sound to me like it would be better for this important program if funding were now to all of a sudden come through CDPHE versus some other appropriation. So I'm concerned a little bit about any potential advantages that we would see by moving it into CDPHE. And the other thing, colleagues, is, CDPHE has got to be one of the largest branches of government that we work with here. They are responsible for so much in government already that adding yet another program to them and thinking that this would get as much attention as this being housed in University of Colorado School of Medicine also just didn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. So what I ended up with in committee was feeling that this was sort of a solution looking for a problem, because very much like here at the well right now, you've heard nobody come up here to talk about why we need to move this program. Nobody has mentioned the benefit of moving a program that A, is important, B, seems to be working well, and upending things. And not to be off topic, but in that same committee meeting, we were hearing about new areas within the executive branch that weren't able to accomplish the things that they wanted to accomplish, and that a 2 to 3 year time horizon was moving into a 7 to 9 year time horizon. And the idea of consolidating things within government actually seemed to not be working at all, and that we need to consider a different way to do things. So I'm very concerned about moving a program that I support and think does a good job, and upending it for what I have not heard yet is a single darn good reason. And for that, I would ask for either an explanation or a no vote on House Bill 1244.
Is there any further discussion on 1244? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1244. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. 1244 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1197?
House Bill 1197, Representatives Young and Weinberg, Senator Danielson, concerning requiring the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to engage in a stakeholder process to address the oversight of host home providers and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1197.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This creates an oversight body to scrutinize the host home current situation in Colorado and hopefully remedy some of the problems that are causing real harm to our citizens, and I urge an aye vote on 1197.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of 1197. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. 1197 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1236?
House Bill 1236, Representatives Young and Amabile, Senator Kolker, concerning implementation updates to the Behavioral Health Administration.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1236 and the committee report.
To the HHS committee report.
We made some number of amendments for technical changes that we're going to continue today. We have a number of amendments to be exact, to continue with the technical changes. The BHA implementation, initially, it was a very large bill, so we have some corrections to do and to keep moving forward. So,
Thank you. Further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the HHS committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was one of the prime sponsors to establish the Behavioral Health Administration last year. And to the good senator from Centennial's point, it was exhaustive, and opportunities for a number of cleanup amendments, adjustments this year were in order. The good senator from Centennial presented it in Health and Human Services. I couldn't be there, so this is my first opportunity to really be engaged with my colleagues on House Bill 1236.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read J002?
Amendment J002 by Senator Cole.
Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J002.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is a budget-neutral line item transfer that moves $2.25 million from the Behavioral Health Administration to the Department of Human Services for jail-based competency restoration program. These funds are used to provide interim mental health services to individuals who've been found incompetent to proceed and are awaiting admission for inpatient competency restoration services. The amendment will effectuate a change made to the underlying bill in the House, which clarified that BHA would retain the core jail-based behavioral health services programming, the mental health and substance use services, but competency enhancement programming would be transferred to the more appropriate entity, which is CDHS. This amendment negates the need for any MOUs to move the funding between CDHS and BHA.
Further discussion on J002? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of J002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. J002 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L31 to 1236?
Amendment L031 by
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L031 to House Bill 1236.
To the amendment.
Madam Chair, the amendment corrects an error in last year's House Bill 22-1278, which inadvertently repealed the requirement for the behavioral health entities to have a license to operate. This amendment requires the license to operate and clarifies that the providers licensed by CDPHE will be regulated by CDPHE for the duration of that license.
Further discussion on L31 to 1236? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L31 to House Bill 1236. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L31 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L32 to 1236?
Amendment L032 by Senator
Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L032 to House Bill 23-1236.
To the amendment.
Colleagues will really like this one. The amendment replaces the petition clause in the bill with a safety clause to ensure that the bill becomes law in time for the statutory delay of BHA rules to take effect. The underlying bill delays rules that would otherwise be in effect July 1, 2024. Absent a safety clause, those rules will already be in place by the time the law goes into effect.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L32 to House Bill 1236. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L32 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L33 to 1236?
Amendment L033 by Senator Colquitt.
Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L033 to House Bill 23-1236.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last one, colleagues. The amendment reflects an agreement among stakeholders, including providers and advocates, to ensure that patients' rights are honored when they are subject to mental health holds. Specifically, the amendment clarifies that a transportation hold expires upon a patient's arrival at an emergency medical services facility, at which time the patient should be screened for an M1 hold as soon as possible. Ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L33 to 1236. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1236. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1236 is adopted.
Will Ms. Cole please read the title to House Bill 1271?
House Bill 1271, Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Soper, Senator Gonzalez, concerning the establishment of Lunar New Year Day as an observed state holiday.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1271 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1271. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1271 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1278?
House Bill 1278, Representatives Brown and Parenti, Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures permitting parties to certain legal relationships to satisfy certain requirements without having to appear in person.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1278 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on 1278? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we heard 1278 in committee, and just to understand what this bill does, this is an extension of the authority to permit parties to appear before the county clerk and recorder interactively. Now, this, of course, came from the days of COVID, to where it made a lot of sense to do that. But this would allow folks who are trying to get their marriage license or civil union in place. So imagine something as monumental in people's lives as a marriage certificate, as the civil equivalent there of a civil union, and to come before the county clerk and recorder, not in person, not showing their identification and so on. It just seems like a bridge too far. I was a no vote then, and I still believe this is probably not a good practice, and I would encourage that we not approve this into law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in opposition to this bill as well. I'm a former county clerk, and I think that this is like my colleague just said, it seems like a bridge too far. You're supposed to be there in person. You're also supposed to be providing identification, and I think this is a terrible idea for something as important as a marriage license, and I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 1278. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1278 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1245?
House Bill 1245, Representatives Parenti and Wilford, Senators Priol and Rodriguez, concerning requirements under the Fair Campaign Practices Act for municipal elections.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1245 and the State Veteran and Military Affairs Committee report.
Any discussion on the committee report?
Members, we amended the bill in State Affairs, made a technical amendment, asked for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for an aye vote. This will bring transparency to local government elections.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think it's a reasonable bill to limit the amount of money that goes to particular offices. We do that with others. We do that for legislative offices, which I think is a very good thing to limit. The $400 is a good amount. And so have a $250 limit for these municipal office elections, I think is not unreasonable. But there is one very problematic part of this bill that I believe extends to the point of being unconstitutional, or that would create an unconstitutional law. And that is that the bill prohibits political parties from making any contribution to a candidate, and also prohibits that candidate committee from accepting a contribution from a political party. This is really problematic when there are municipals. These are nonpartisan elections, of course, but they have very partisan results in actuality. So when a party gets involved, whether it's in any nonpartisan election, I believe that to be not only an appropriate move for a party, county or state party, but also it is exercising their First Amendment right of expression. So I do not believe that we can uphold our oath of office and simultaneously vote for House Bill 1245. So for that reason, very important, I urge everyone to not violate our oath of office and vote no on House Bill 1245 unless that item is removed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, members, rise in opposition to House Bill 1245. We heard a good testimony from the Colorado Municipal League and the County Clerks Association, who are both opposed to this. There's going to be a lot of extra record keeping by the small communities, and it's also going to dissuade a lot of people from running. You know, in a small community, it's not easy to raise money, and you know, really, money has been equated to free speech. As long as it's being reported, that's the main thing. I know in my community, Colorado Springs, we're having a mayoral election as we speak right now, and it's fully disclosed. It's public record. Nobody's trying to hide anything. I'm opposed to this, as are a lot of people. I think it's going to have a dampening effect on people running for office, and I would urge a no vote on 1245. Thank you.
Senator Baseley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So someone whom I respect has texted me that I am in error, but I don't believe that to be the case. Let me just read the re-engrossed portion of the bill. Page 2, lines 7 through 13 says the maximum amount of aggregate contributions that any one person, including a political party, and excluding a small donor committee, may make to a candidate committee of a candidate for municipal office, and that a candidate committee for such candidate may accept, is $400. Okay, so the amount has been changed to $400, and it includes a political party. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to express my appreciation to a friend who texted me that I had overlooked an amendment that corrected my issue with it. Therefore, this would not be an unconstitutional law if it were voted in by us and signed by the governor. So I with apologies, withdraw my urging of a no vote, and I think I would be neutral on this one. It's okay, but certainly not going to create an unconstitutional law, and so I appreciate the person who texted me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1245. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1245 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay over House Bill 1259 one bill and take up 1264.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1259, one bill in the calendar, and to take up 1264. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will take up House Bill 1264. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1264?
House Bill 1264, Representatives McCormick and Catlin, Senators Pelton R. and Marchman, concerning the authority of the Commissioner of Agriculture to act in instances involving the health of livestock.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HB 1264 on second reading.
Is there any discussion on House Bill 1264? Seeing no, Senator Marchman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is updating the Livestock Health Act. Had three big components in it. Eliminates rulemaking restrictions, it streamlines the indemnity payment process, and it clarifies the authority of the state vet under the Commissioner of Agriculture to investigate livestock disease incidents.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and you know, there's still one little concern out there in Peltonia, and the good senator from northern Peltonia is going to run an amendment to help put more people at ease about this. You know, there is kind of a concern that this really looks like it's given a whole lot more authority to the Commissioner of Agriculture, but actually it's helping to streamline that. It looks like their Commissioner of Ag is getting a whole lot more power, but it's actually, she won't be doing everything in a vacuum. There will be a consultation with the state vet and with the governor's office and things like this. So this bill is actually just streamlining that to help get money out and decisions made whenever there is an outbreak. So with that, I urge support.
Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L009?
Amendment L009 by Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L009.
Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Yes. So what this amendment does is it clarifies the appraisal process as part of this bill. There was a lot of consternation about a lot of parts of the bill. And I got several phone calls from many constituents across the district that was very concerned about the appraisal process. They wanted to make sure that they still have a voice in the appraisal process if you're going to have to destroy the animals. And they wanted to make sure that their voice is heard. So in the original language, it was just one appraisal. In this language, there's two appraisals, and one of them is done by the Commissioner of Ag. They hire an appraiser, and then there is one done by the owner of the property or the owner of the livestock. So they have that as well. So I want to make sure that with doing this moving forward, that this has been taken care of from my constituents. My constituents actually came to me and asked me to have something that kept their voice in the appraisal process. This amendment does that. I worked with both the Department of Agriculture and with Farm Bureau to make this amendment right. I appreciate the sponsors allowing this or listening to this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote on L009.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is a very friendly amendment. As the senator from Sterling noted, he worked in collaboration with the department and Farm Bureau to get this language right. There was about 3 different drafts of this amendment to get that language right. And this was also one of my concerns when I went to sign on to this bill. So with that, I urge support for the amendment.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too urge support for L009. This was really good stakeholding. I did get to hear a little bit from the Logan County Cattle Women Group about some of the issues they had, and I'm excited to bring this forward with support of the Colorado Cattlemen's Association, the Livestock Association, Egg Producers, Farm Bureau, and the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. So I urge your support on L009 and the bill.
Seeing no further discussion on L009, the motion is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L009 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was one other thing that had some concern with people about, you know, can the department just come onto your property at any time, anywhere? There's language in the bill that protects that it actually takes a warrant with probable cause and a judge issuing that. So with that, I think this bill is in a good spot now, and I'd urge support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1264. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1264 is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been granted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we take up House Bill 1216.
The motion is for the committee to take up House Bill 1216. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will take up House Bill 1216. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1216?
House Bill 1216, Representative Story and Froelich, Senator Danielson, concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1216 and the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
Any discussion on the Transportation and Energy Committee report?
We actually made quite a few changes at the request of several different stakeholders and narrowed the bill a bit, and I urge an aye vote on the report.
Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, the motion is for the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Transportation and Energy Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I think we still have a really good step forward on improving safety around natural gas pipelines and those people who depend on them, safety in our homes, safety in school buildings, et cetera. And I was going to say that we would look for a future amendment from the good senator from Weld County. However, she's just come in the chamber, and I believe she's got an amendment.
There appears to be an amendment moving toward the desk. And there is an amendment on the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read Amendment L009?
Amendment L009 by Senator Kirkmeyer, amending Gross Bill, page 5, after line 7, insert
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L009.
Any discussion on the amendment? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I just want to thank the sponsor who was willing to work with me on this amendment. I believe it's going to be a friendly amendment. We worked it through, and the language came from folks that I know, and then also similar to what was in the House. But what it does is the amendment adds in that if there's any innovation or new best practices that comes about, that there is flexibility within the rules and such that we can incorporate those as folks are trying to work to put in pipelines throughout. And you know, my example of this was several years ago. Who would have thought that we would have GPS locators on graders and on tractors to ensure, but with graders, you know, they can get down and they know exactly where they're at within about an inch. So who would have ever thought that? So there's going to be new innovation that will be coming, and this will allow for it. So again, move an urgent aye vote for L009, and really just want to thank the sponsor for working with me on this. Thank you so much.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think most of you know this is a really constituent-driven measure, and having consulted with the constituents who are pushing this forward along with the House sponsors, we agree that it's an acceptable amendment, and so I urge an aye vote on Amendment L009.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L009 is adopted. To the bill, Senator. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1216. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1216 is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been granted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we take up House Bill 1259.
That is next on our calendar, so we will take up 1259. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to 1259?
House Bill 1259, Representatives Doherty and Evans, Senators Zenzinger and Simpson, concerning provisions in the open meetings law for an executive session of a local public body and in connection therewith creating a local public body's right to cure a violation of the open meetings law for an executive session, adding prerequisites for a person to challenge a violation by a local public body of the open meetings law for an executive session, and permitting a local public body to recover costs and attorney's fees in an action for a violation by a local public body of the executive session provisions if the local public body has cured the violation.
Senator Simpson, I'm not sure if you're raising your hand. Could you get it higher there? Or? Okay, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1259 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
Any discussion on the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report? Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we are asking for a no vote on the committee report. The reason for that is we have an amendment that we are going to bring forward that is a strike below amendment. And part of the amendment, there's no sense in adopting the report because our amendment is just going to turn around and strike what we did in committee. So we are asking to reject the committee report today.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and the committee report is rejected. To the bill, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I want to talk a little bit about the bill itself, and then I will get into a little bit about the amendment that we are bringing forward. So the whole point of this bill is that we believe very strongly that sunshine and open meeting laws are critical to ensuring a transparent government that is accountable to its citizens. We believe that open meeting laws and sunshine laws are necessary, that are founded on the interest of public good, but they are also complex, and they can inadvertently set up scenarios where local governments make missteps when announcing executive sessions. These complexities in the law have created a situation where local public bodies are vulnerable to costly litigation that are based on hyper-technical violations of the law with no evidence of concern from the local communities. This bill, we believe, would have provided an opportunity for these local bodies to cure their violation prior to a lawsuit being brought forth. In its existing form, it would have required a notice to be given to the local governing body first, and then allows them the opportunity to cure that violation. The bill would still, in its existing state, would allow a person to sue, and they would still have standing to bring that suit. But we are in unusual times right now. And we have heard loud and clear that not all actors out there are good ones. And the way that they are conducting their open meetings laws and their executive sessions are problematic. We hear that criticism, and while we don't believe that this bill is necessarily connected to those issues, we recognize that the times that we are in, that it would be best that if we offered a strike below amendment, which is what I will do at this time.
Now there's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L008?
Amendment L008 by Senator Zenzinger, amend re-engross bill, page 2, line 3, strike 4.5, and
Senator
page 2, strike.
Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L8.
Is there any further discussion on it, Senator Zenzinger?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. What the amendment does is it strikes the majority of the bill. It goes through and it strikes page 2, 4.5A1, page 2, lines 6 through 8, page 3 and 4, page 5, lines 1 through 6, and page 5, line 23. Page 5, it strikes lines 24 and it substitutes a line that says actions challenging a local public body for a violation of this section or for a violation of subsections only as it relates to an executive session held at a meeting brought. And then it leaves Section 9 of the bill as it stands right now. Section 9 of the bill can be found on page 5. So if you're wondering what is left, it is the section of the bill that says that the courts of record of the state shall have jurisdiction to issue injunctions to enforce the purposes of this section upon application. This is all existing law, except as otherwise provided for in any action in which the court finds a violation of this section. And then it goes on to talk about the pro se plaintiff in an action when challenging a local public body for a violation of this subsection. Members, why are we doing this? We have found that our open meetings laws and the noticing of these executive sessions are being abused by a few individuals in our state. So we want to strengthen the law in order to prevent that abuse from a few individuals, at the same time recognizing that we may not be there yet to do all that this bill encompasses because of some of the issues that have cropped up recently regarding open meetings. And so for those reasons, we ask for your aye vote for this amendment today.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that I could put it any better, but we are removing the opportunity for those public entities to cure those violations of announcements of executive session, and really focusing in, it really narrows what we were working on, and hope you'll support the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L008. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L008 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Zenzinger.
I think that is all that we have for you today. I am grateful to the advocates that brought forward this issue and for an opportunity to try and crack down on an abuse of this process that we believe is critical to ensuring a transparent government and that one that is accountable to its citizens. And we ask for your aye vote on this bill today.
Senator Baisley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I rise in support of this bill, of House Bill 1259. We heard this in the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, and obviously it passed out of there. This is a very reasoned approach to a problem that's been plaguing our rural areas, and as the sponsor was describing, it's been not only disruptive to the processes, but also very costly to them, and needlessly so. So their approach to repairing this and kind of fixing it, it's appropriate for the state to step in and get involved in this manner, and it sure looks like through the strike below amendment that they found a more refined approach to accomplish the same thing in a much smarter way. So my big applause, I appreciate, thank you for bringing this up, sponsors. A smart bill, and I strongly urge an aye vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I too sit on State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee and obviously heard the bill, and I can appreciate what the sponsors are trying to do. Just to give you a little bit of background, as I understand it, there were or still are some people, whatever their profession may be, that were really trying to milk the system and a unique provision in the law to the detriment of some of the small school districts, and they were really gaming the system for their own advantage. They're really the fact that a meeting had not been publicized correctly or some minor technicality was a loophole that some individuals were exploiting for their own gain and then settling out of court for thousands of dollars. And for a small school district, when you realize that legal fees, even for a school district, can be anywhere from $300 to $400 an hour, and to have an accomplished attorney that understands the nuances, you know, it was costing these school districts $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 or more to settle out of court, and that's just money that was being drained. So if this closes the loophole, which I think it does, then I think it's a good idea. And with that, I'll close and urge an aye vote on Senate Bill House Bill
1259.
Yeah, House Bill 1259. Yeah, thank you very much. 1259.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1259. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1259 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until later today.
The motion is to lay over the remainder of the special orders calendar until later today. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the rest of the special orders calendar will be laid over. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations are on Senate Bill 298 as amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1153, 1201, 1212 is amended, 1218 is amended, 1237 is amended, 1244 is amended, 1197, 1236 is amended, 1271, 1278, 1245 is amended, 1264, 1216 is amended, 1259 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1249, 1120, 1233, 1190, and Senate Bill 296 laid over until later in the day, May 1st, 2023, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Thank you, Cindy. Senate Bill 298 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1153, 1201, 1212 as amended, 1218 as amended, 1237 as amended, 1244 as amended, 1197, 1236 as amended, 1271, 1278, 1245 as amended, 1264 passed on second reading and order revised, 1264, 1216 is amended, 1259 is amended, passed on second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1249, 1120, 1233, 1190, and 296 laid over until 5/1/2023, retaining their place on the calendar. Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 286.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the hearing of Senate Bill 286. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll proceed out of order to hear Senate Bill 286. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 286?
Senate Bill 286, Senator Hansen, Representative Snyder and Soper, concerning improving public access to government records.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 286 on third reading and final passage and request permission for a third reading amendment.
Please explain why you need a third reading amendment, Senator Hansen.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to explain my request. We found two small errors that need to be addressed for conforming to other pieces of statute around the sexual harassment language, as well as changing one word, getting rid of one word, which is sortable. So it would be searchable digital data that would be sent over, but not sortable. And that would protect underlying computer programming and macros, that type of thing that sit underneath some of the databases.
The motion is Senator Hansen's request for a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that request is approved. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L11?
Amendment
Senator
L011.
Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L11 to Senate Bill 286.
To L11, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, members, this is some conforming language with some other pieces around the disclosure of investigations into sexual harassment allegations, making sure we're matching with current statute, and getting rid of the word sortable so that we don't reveal underlying macros and programming language within searchable databases. So it would remain searchable, just not sortable under the change in L11, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on L11? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L11 to 286. Are there any? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L11 is adopted. Senator Hansen. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know several of you were in the room when I spoke about this bill before, and yes, I am going to support 286 because I think it is important that we modernize and update our core statutes, that it's searchable, that makes sense, that we make sure that things are available to the public and to the media. And Cora, you know, when we do open records requests, they need to be ready access in a format that people can understand and that's congruent. So agree with all of that. The part that I am extremely disappointed in, however, is that we couldn't get an amendment on this bill that talked about the quadratic voting that's conducted by, the results of the quadratic voting that's conducted by several members of the General Assembly. And I read some of these headlines for you before, but I'm going to do it again because I think it's important that you understand we hold the public's trust, and it doesn't take long for us to lose that trust. And we lose that trust when we do things behind closed doors, when we're not open, when we're not transparent, when we don't let the sun shine on our open meetings. And whether you are meeting in person or electronically, those are all still considered open meetings. So in October of 2022, there was a headline that read, "A secret ballot system at Colorado State House is quietly killing bills and raising transparency concern. Democrats who control the state legislature are increasingly using a survey they fill out in secret to help determine whether bills live or die. The results are kept from the public, raising questions about transparency and potential violations of the state's sunshine law." October 14th, Transparency Group, secret ballot system at Colorado Capitol violates spirit and letter of the Sunshine Law. The leaders of the Colorado Freedom of Information Coalition on Thursday sent Democratic lawmakers a letter saying their system known as quadratic voting violates the state's Sunshine's Law and deprives the public of its right to observe important decision-making in real time. January 27th, 2023, Colorado lawmakers might keep using secret ballot system that transparency advocates say is illegal. April 2nd, 2023, Colorado lawmakers say they'll continue using secret ballot system to help decide fate of bills. Lawmakers call the secret survey quadratic voting, and House Speaker Julie McCluskey from Dillon said last week that the legislature will use it again this session to help them decide which bills should get funding and which bills should pass. And then we have, on April 13th, Colorado Democrats defend use of secret ballots as at the Capitol, but say they will release results. And within that article, there was this discussion that lawmakers, certain lawmakers, felt that the results from the survey itself, should be considered work product. And within that article, there was an email that was copied off that was dated March 27th. That said, well, it was dated March 24th, excuse me, that said, our deadline is Monday, March 27th at 5 p.m. And that was for folks to get in their vote, to put their vote in. And here's what it says in that email. The JBC set aside $30 million in the budget for ongoing general fund commitments. The ongoing and the low dollar ongoing categories will pull from this set aside. Importantly, the list only includes bills that impact the general fund. It says a few more things, but then it goes on to say, the results of this preference poll are a data point that will help identify caucus priorities. The reason I read this one out loud, the reason I read the deadline, so it was sent on March 24th, deadline Monday, March 27th, we read the long bill. We had the long bill on the floor on March 29th for seconds, and on March 30th for third. So on March 29th, after the voting, after the survey results of this preference poll that'll help identify caucus priorities, we're here in the long bill. Again, members, whether you're meeting electronically or you're meeting in person, the Opens Records Law, the Sunshine Laws apply. And I find it really disconcerting that this has been going on for essentially 4 years. And when it's brought to the attention of lawmakers, we get things like the legislature will use it again this session to help them decide which bills should get funding and which bills should pass. So for those of you who haven't read the statutes recently on this, because see, I brought forward an amendment that said the results of any quadratic voting conducted by members of the General Assembly would not be included in work product. I was doing that as a favor, quite frankly, to all of you, because I think the statute is pretty clear. But just in case it wasn't clear for certain members of the General Assembly, I wanted to make sure that you understood that the results of the quadratic voting conducted by members of the General Assembly is not considered work product. Here's what else isn't considered work product. Any materials that would otherwise constitute work product if such materials are produced and distributed to the members of a public body for their use or consideration in a public meeting, or cited and identified in the text of the final version of a document that expresses a decision by an elected official. So, when I read in an article that this secret survey and these results, secret balloting, should be considered work product, I would suggest that you all start referring to the statutes. It is in section 24-72-202 under definitions. And it is 6.5A, I'm sorry, 6.5C, paren C, where it says work product does not include Roman numeral 4. A work product does not include any materials that would otherwise constitute work product
if such materials are produced and distributed to members of a public body, that would be the General Assembly. That would be even only 23 members of the General Assembly, for their use or consideration in a public meeting, which would be second and third reading, which would be those conference committees, which would be final adoption of the budget, and identified in the text of a final version of a document that expresses a decision by the elected official. That would be the budget. That would be the bills that we pass down here. So we have a system, a secret, top secret ballot system that helps to decide the fate of bills that the House Speaker said the legislature will use it again this session to help them decide which bills should get funding and pass. That's in clear violation of Title 24-72-202. It's in clear violation. Members, again, whether you are meeting in person or electronically, and when you're all getting an email sent to you that says, go answer these survey results, and then a group of you get to see what those survey results are, that's meeting electronically. So whether you meet in person or electronically, when you are all casting a vote, your constituents have the right to know how you are voting. When you are making decisions based on that secret voting, whether it's one of you or 23 of you, when you are setting priorities in your caucus, when essentially you are killing bills, deciding what goes in the budget, what gets funded, what doesn't. When you are voting and making those types of decisions, you are in an open meeting, subject to the Colorado Opens Record Act. The sunshine laws apply. When you're coming together in your caucus and determining priorities, that's an open meeting. Those are open meetings when you're looking at your voting and you're making decisions. And the open meetings law, which I did not go look up, but I could if you'd like me to.
Senator Kirkmeyer, would you like to go in your next 10 minutes?
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. President. The open meetings laws bars the use of secret ballots. You are excluding the public. You're excluding the public. Private voting systems, secret ballots, violating the open meetings law, you're excluding the public from what they have a right to know. The public is entitled to know how their elected officials, how their legislators stand on issues, and when they actually do cast a vote for them. Because while it's your vote, you're actually casting that vote on behalf of the people who elected you. They have a right to know what that is. Caucus meetings are supposed to be open. Voting, communicating electronically, that's an open record. It's a public document and it's an open record. When you're doing that, you're excluding the public any opportunity to participate. You know, during the budget process, Joint Budget Committee, they started this before this year, where we actually do have a public hearing. We allow members of the public to come in and speak about anything with regard to the public. So we opened it up that way, while at the same time, you're doing private voting, the private system, secret ballots. And in my mind, you're violating the law. So I hope that next year, we don't have this issue come up. I hope that next year, you read this section in 24-72-202, 6.5C, Roman numeral 4, because I think it's pretty clear. Tried to get an amendment on so that it wouldn't be any question, but I think it's pretty clear. So again, when I urge an aye vote on this bill, I'm disappointed that we couldn't do the right thing and hold the public's trust.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, I've worked in local government for 16 years and now in state government for 5, and certainly understand the Colorado Open Records Act, and I don't really have a problem with that. But I do question some of this in the fiscal note. We're looking at, for budget year 23-24, in expenditures of $2,031,793, an additional 10.8 FTEs. And in 2024-25, another $2,118,158, plus another 14.0 FTEs. Now, I don't know what happened to when you get hired for a job and you look at that bottom paragraph that's other duties as assigned. I don't know when you decide to do something a little bit different that you keep adding all of these FTEs to the state government. I was looking here that the bill increases state expenditures to the governor's office of information technology by at least $1 million per year in fiscal year 23-24 and ongoing. That's not going to stop because of this bill. This is going to continue. And there's also a reference in this fiscal note that costs by agency are shown in Table 3 at the end of this document. There is no Table 3. So I don't know what that means. Well, I certainly appoint or support Cora in everything that it's supposed to do. This seems a little incomplete to me, and I would urge a no vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I just wanted to clarify the fiscal note that the good senator from Grand Junction was referring to has now been updated. The fiscal note's actually 0 because of amendments that we adopted in the Appropriations Committee. And so just wanted to set the record straight on that. This bill has no fiscal impact.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 286. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Gardner. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 286 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Bridges, Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to House Concurrent Resolution 1001?
House Concurrent Resolution 1001, Representatives Wiseman and Lynch, Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning judicial discipline, and in connection therewith establishing an independent judicial discipline adjudicative board, setting standards for judicial review of a discipline case, and clarifying when discipline proceedings become public.
Majority Leader Moreno. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1001 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Concurrent Resolution 1001. Are there any no votes?
But it's going to pass with 35.
Members, to clarify, this does require 24 votes. Seems like we have 24 votes. With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Concurrent Resolution 1001 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Van Winkle, Kirkmeyer, Rodriguez, Minority Leader Lundin, Priola, Smallwood, Hanson, Mullica. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1019?
House Bill 1019, Representatives Weissman and Lynch, Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith ensuring complainant rights in judicial discipline proceedings and making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1019 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1019. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1019 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Rodriguez, Exum, Priola, Cutter, Hanson, Mullica, Buckner, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1205?
House Bill 1205, Representatives Lynch and Bacon, Senators Gardner and Moreno, concerning the creation of the Office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1205 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1205. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Roberts, Smallwood, with a vote of 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1205 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Sullivan, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1182?
House Bill 1182, Representatives Epps and Mabry, Senators Fields and Garner, concerning a requirement for remote public access to observe criminal court proceedings.
Senator Fields.
Yeah, go ahead.
See it on here.
Where's it? Where's it on the side?
What's the bill number?
There it is.
Senator Gardner.
Found it.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1182 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1182. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1182 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Exum, Marchman, Majority Leader Moreno, Van Winkle, Smallwood, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Cutter, Winter, Buckner, Sullivan, Liston, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1061?
House Bill 1061, Representatives Doherty and Taggart, Senator Zenzinger, concerning permitting a retail establishment to serve complimentary alcohol beverages at a place of business and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1061 on third reading and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I don't know whether it's complimentary or complementary. It's spelled both ways, and I seem to have a disagreement with the Office of Legislative Legal Services as to which complementary ought to be in the title. I wonder if the sponsor might shed light on which one it is. I think complimentary with an I is when it's free, and complimentary with an E is when it helps the deal. So I don't know.
See no further discussion. Senator Zenzinger.
I actually think it's the opposite.
Oh. Senator Gardner, for your second and final time on this bill.
In the interest of time, because I'm always trying to save time, Mr. President, I'm just going to urge your aye vote and let the reviser clean it up.
See no further discussion. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1061. Looks like the sponsor is going to get the last word. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did just look it up, and according to the definition, complimentary with an I is when you are praising somebody or something. Complimentary with an E, as is in the definition and as in the title of House Bill 1061, is for free. So.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1061. Are there any no votes? Senators Priola. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1061 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Van Winkle, Winter, Cutter, Majority Leader Moreno. Senator Gardner. Please add the president. I love compliments. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1074?
House Bill 1074, Representatives Dixon and Amabile, Senator Marchman, concerning a study regarding workforce transitions to other industries and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1074 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1074. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Gardner, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Will. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1074 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Bridges, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Cutter, Priola, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1105?
House Bill 1105, Representatives Parenti and Titone, Senators Cutter and Fields, concerning the creation of task forces to examine issues affecting certain homeowners' rights and in connection therewith creating the HOA Homeowners' Rights Task Force and the Metropolitan District Homeowners' Rights Task Force and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Mr. President, I would like permission to offer a third reading amendment. Sorry. And I'd like to move House Bill 1105.
Senator Cutter, can you explain the need for a third reading amendment?
Yes, I'm so sorry. There's not many people that we would make a third reading amendment for. However, the Attorney General's office has requested this because the task force was inappropriately housed with them. This is a task force for HOAs and special districts, and they were inappropriately housed with the AG's office, and they need to be moved to DORA. So we're asking for your support on that.
Inappropriate housing. The motion is Senator Cutter's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like I said, it moves it from the AG's office, this task force, over to DORA to administer. And we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of L005 to House Bill 1105. Are there any no votes?
Yeah, I moved it already.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L005 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Fields.
Mr. President, we renew our motion to move House Bill 1105 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1105. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Minority Leader Lundeen, Gardner, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton R., Simpson. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1105 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Priola, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Rodriguez, Majority Leader Moreno, Gonzalez, Colker, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1161?
House Bill 1161, Representatives Kipp and Wolford, Senators Cutter and Winter, concerning environmental standards for certain products and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1161 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1161. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Smallwood, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Pelton R., Pelton B., Simpson. Minority Leader Lundeen. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1161 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hansen, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Fields, Buckner, Priola. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 295? What I said was, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1184?
House Bill 1184 by Representative Lindstedt and Frizzell and Senator Roberts, concerning certain low-income housing property that is deemed to be used for a strictly charitable purpose and in connection therewith, clarifying and expanding the property tax exemption for property acquired by nonprofit housing providers for a strictly charitable low-income housing purpose, and creating a property tax exemption for property held by community land trusts or nonprofit affordable homeownership developers and used for a strictly charitable purpose.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1184 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1184. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Pelton R., Pelton B., Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1184 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hansen, Bridges, Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Zenzinger, Exum, Priola, Buckner, Marchman. Gonzalez. Cutter. Winter.
She just checked it. Yeah, it's on the bill. Yeah.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1227?
House Bill 1227, Representatives Judah and Ortiz, Senators Will and Huckus Lewis, concerning the enforcement of requirements imposed on pharmacy benefit managers and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1227 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1227. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Gardner, Liston, Pelton R, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1227 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Cutter, Majority Leader Moreno, Buckner, Fields, Rodriguez, Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1243?
House Bill 1243, Representatives Amabile and Senator Moreno, concerning changes to the hospital community benefit and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1243 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1243. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Van Winkle, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton R, Simpson, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Will. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1243 is passed. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Moreno. Senators Chenal, Rodriguez, Exum, Cutter. Gonzalez. Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1231?
House Bill 1231, Representatives McLaughlin and Puglisi, Senators Marchman and Lundin, concerning improving mathematics outcomes in pre-kindergarten through 12th grade education and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1231 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is an issue that I care deeply about. I believe most of you care deeply about it as well. We care so much about literacy that we have passed in years past and enforced the READ Act, a literal act to make sure that we have literacy. But we've got a real problem with math and numeracy in Colorado. COVID-19 greatly impacted student learning, particularly in math. In Colorado, 7th graders saw their proficiency rates fall from 32% of those meeting or exceeding grade level expectations in 2019 to 25%. So a 7-point drop. Check me there, did I do the math right? At or above grade level in 2022. The pre-pandemic achievement levels are not something to write home about. They are nothing to be proud of, but now with only a quarter of our 7th graders on track in math, we must actually take an urgent action, and that's what this bill is about, House Bill 1231. It's about addressing this issue, but it's not only about doing more of the things we know that are beneficial, like interventions, but it's about creating new flexibility, greater parent engagement, and providing after-school programs for students to pick up and make progress. So it's about doing more of the things we know function well and adding some new elements at the same time, engaging parents more deeply and also finding different methods of providing the scientifically proven methods of actually teaching math to children. So I could go on, but in the interest of time and with the anticipation that we will be going to committee soon rather than later, I will curtail my remarks on this particular bill and encourage you all to join on the math train or jump into the mathnasium with us all, or pick whatever phraseology you'd like, but support House Bill 1231 on behalf of students in math attainment.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, I'm a math interventionist, and since I've been at the Senate, my job actually went away. All of the ESSER funding that has been provided has gone away at this point. And so I'll be going back to a different type of a job because I have a contract. I will be employed somehow under my license. I have a license to teach secondary math, so that's grades 7 through 12. So that's what brought me into this bill. The bill is good in that it does put a lot of focus on math across all the levels. There's also a digital accelerator program that's going to be available to all schools and districts should they choose to use it, that can be used to personally improve learning. There is a large component that goes to out-of-school activities. But then there's a piece that I was really excited about that is the 9th grade preparation program. It's programs across Colorado. The districts get money to help freshmen as they get into high school and just try to be better students, but also to improve math. So it is definitely a very important focus for this legislature going forward, and I appreciate your support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the bill sponsors' work on this and bringing this bill forward. And I normally don't get up to speak on thirds, but I wasn't here on Friday to speak on seconds. So I did speak on this bill in committee when we heard it in education, and I did bring an amendment that I withdrew because of some of the things that the senator from Loveland said about some of the things when it comes to the 9th grade math program that's inside this bill. And there's some good parts of this bill, but there's some bad parts to this bill. And I might be the only one voting against this bill, but I feel I need to make it known why. You see, I brought this amendment originally to strike below to get rid of the after-school program. And I brought it because my oldest daughter, our oldest daughter, came to us 3 years ago in 2nd grade with delight saying she was going to math boot camp. We were a little stunned that she was so excited, but we also knew that she was below grade level in math at the time. And we knew that they had identified her for intervention within the school. She was pulled out during the school day by the staff interventionist, a licensed teacher, for extra help. I'm happy to say that she improved so much that she was able to get to grade level because she was taken out of a class of close to 30 students and put into a small group of 3 to 4 students to get individual attention. This also had a dual effect of giving the classroom teacher more opportunity with the kids in the classroom at a smaller number. Our youngest daughter was also identified for help in 1st grade just this year. She too is getting the need in school, or excuse me, the help that she needs in school on a one-on-one basis in small groups. She is steadily improving. And that's what in-school interventionists, in-school tutoring does. She is in a class of 29 students. And again, with her being pulled out, it gives her classroom teacher an opportunity to work with the other kids who are at grade level. The amendment that I brought to strike out the after-school program is more equitable than what we have in this bill. You see, an after-school program doesn't teach every student in need. An after-school program doesn't get access to every student when they need it in the school. In fact, we thought so much of in-school help. In 2021, House Bill 21, 1234, co-sponsored by the Majority Leader, did an high-impact tutoring help. And it specifically designed that high-impact tutoring for reading and math from COVID, from the loss during COVID. But it only gave $5 million a year. And it was through ESSER funds. And it was through general fund. In fact, it is still in our budget until 25-26 for $5 million a year. The first report by the Department of Education came out in November of last year, talking about how great it was that these schools and 3,600 students in the first 6 months have been identified for this high-impact tutoring in reading and math. That's just the beginning. And that is equitable because it's making sure that every student in school who needs help is going to get it. I don't know if you know about after school, but there are kids out there that have to go home after school to watch their siblings. There are kids out there who are in programs, drama, speech, writing, sports. There are kids out there that after school is over, when their last period of the day is math, don't want to go back into another math tutoring program by someone who's not licensed, someone who's not taught the curriculum, someone who has to get a special exception with the school district to get the technology to help teach that. Someone who has to get a special exception with the school district to do the assessment that the district already does in the school. I'm glad the good senator from Monument talked about interventionists, because I don't see that in this bill. I see after-school programs. House Bill 1234, 1234 from 2021 is a great bill that keeps that money in the schools for the kids at need. The senator from Weld County talked about how we need to fund education and buy down the BS factor, the $321 million. I cannot vote for this bill while we have a BS factor. We're not putting every single dime back in the schools. I asked the Department of Education for a list of statutory grants that they give out. There's 45 grant programs that total $425 million. One of those grant programs, I happen to find, was the Colorado High Impact Tutoring Program from 2021. Colleagues, maybe if we just funded education, maybe if we just did that, we wouldn't have to do all these grant programs. Maybe if we focused the need in the schools where it's at every day, instead of trying to give it away to the people behind the glass, we would actually succeed at schools. This is what equity means when every child has an equal opportunity in the school, when they're there. I heard a comment in one of our education committees that we were failing our kids. Well, I'll tell you what, if we keep doing the same thing for the last 10 years, we're going to be failing our kids. Keep doing it over and over and over again and not funding education. Look at the mirror and look through the glass, and you'll know why we're doing it. That is why I am a no vote on this bill.
Minority Leader Lundy.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think that an expanded conversation is worthwhile at this time. Who benefits from this bill? 36,000 current educators in elementary and secondary school. But let me back up a step further. We showed up to the pandemic failing 64% of the students with regard to their math attainment. Failing 64% of the students with regard to their math attainment. And the number is worse for black and brown students and children coming from economic disadvantage. So let's do more of the same, because 36% success is a wonderful thing. I reject that on its face. Who does this bill help then? 36,000 educators that we can give a hand up on learning the science of teaching math and numeracy. 3,300 teachers in training. That's the next generation coming online, who will receive evidence-based training with regard to math instruction. There are 51 districts and 523 schools with improvement, priority improvement, and turnaround plans. Now, those are three wonky words that the people in the education space understand. Improvement means you're really not getting it done. Priority improvement means you are failing in a miraculously horrible way. And turnaround is, if you don't fix it in 2 years, we're going to close you. Well, we're going to reach out to 51 districts, 523 schools, to help them get out of those categories. To, in fact, engage in the science of learning and teaching math. But here's the best part, the part that's a little bit uncomfortable for some people, apparently. 50,000 additional students who will get access in a way that they're currently not getting access in after-school programs. Now, does it serve everyone? No, there's 900,000 students across the state in K-12 public education, and there's some that just need that extra help, and the way to get them that extra help is not the same old way. It's not the, hey, we generate round holes and we want all students to be round pegs. It's, let's meet you the way we can meet you. Let's understand your needs, and let's, in fact, since you are a starfish-shaped student, we want to make sure we provide a starfish-shaped solution. We care about students. We are willing to meet them where they are and how they need to be met. And this bill does that. 50,000 students who need the help that will be available to them in after-school programs. An additional 4,000 students will receive intensive 9th grade interventions. The bill does support interventions. So I don't know where we are in our timing, but as a bill sponsor, I have this wonderful opportunity to stand here and talk all day or return to the well as many times as I need to defend a program that is bipartisan in nature, supported by the governor's office. Sometimes that makes me uncomfortable. In this case, it does not. I am happy to be working a project of this nature that understands students and children are each individuals. And we can provide flexible, instead of the same old way that has been failing 70% plus or minus of the students, we can approach it in a different way. So I'm more than happy to be on this bill. I think it's a great bill. I like the flexibility, and I like the fact that it actually supports some of the traditional elements of public education that are beneficial, like interventionists. I urge your support of House Bill 1231.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor and my colleague from the Education Committee. There's obviously a lot of passion about education and about funding and about doing it correctly, and I know that all of us collectively want what's best for our students. That said, this bill is going to be helpful, like I said, for ninth graders. This is going to be helpful in terms of including numeracy for teachers. We are adding language in all of the UIPs, and I will go on the record now for all of the hundreds of teachers who've asked me, this is not the Math Act to be like the READ Act. We are not doing that. There is not data to show that the READ Act has been beneficial, that it's actually improving things, that it works. This is not the Math Act. So I just want to be very, very, very clear about that. We are adding language around numeracy in UIPs, but the intention is not that teachers are going to have to bend over backwards to try to do what principals want given any additional UIP components, but we do hope there'll be an improved focus on math in our schools. So while I appreciate that, passions are high and everyone wants to do what's right, I also know we can't keep doing what we've done to get different results. And so I got on this bill because I am a math interventionist, and I would urge your support on 1231. Thank you.
Senator Kolker.
I know I get one more time, so I'll be brief since I wasn't here Friday. I wasn't here on Friday, so I want to make sure I respond. I was told in my amendment, where would the teachers get the time? Well, if they're bringing in tutors and interventionists, the teachers have the time. I was also told for the teachers to get this training, where would they get the time? This train the trainer idea. You see, we have a couple of other grant programs called the Educator Recruitment and Retention Program and the Quality Teacher Recruitment Program. And I think that's probably part of where that training would be going. What I am saying here is I'm not against this. I'm against the vehicle. Because House Bill 21-1234 established the vehicle. And in 6 months, we heard from, in the reports, if you go read it, every student was growing that was getting that attention. Every student, 100%. 76% were going above their expectations. And they were in groups of 4 or less. You see, in the schools, we are meeting them where they are. Because that's where they're every day. And that's where we're getting it. I'm just going to finish with an ode to Sister Mary Ann Carrier. Sister Mary Ann Carrier was my high school, actually my middle school 8th grade math teacher. And then she was hired on by the public high school I went to offer math tutoring during the school day, up outside the library for high school students. Don't think I would have got through algebra, geometry, and calculus without her. Even our valedictorian went to her for help. That wasn't me. But
But I went to her for help because I got that extra help, and she was always full. And that's when we had study halls. And she was so helpful and this was a small school. I graduated with 60 kids. So can you imagine what it's like with big schools? Getting someone in there full time to help. And that's where 1234, House Bill 21, 1234, does the great job, does the work. Thank you.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. Kind of the last broad argument for this. Part of the trend line we've had with regard to student attainment of math, whether they're at or below grade level over the last several years, it's been negative, but it's been negative across the nation, in part because of the pandemic. The real big challenge is typically Colorado trends better than national averages. And in this particular instance, with regard to math, we have been trending below on a steeper decline than the national trend line. So Colorado's trailing other states in terms of student attainment and achievement in math. Why is that significant? Significant because math is the foundational building block that leads students into the STEM and STEAM educational pathways, science, technology, engineering, and math. And if you can't get a grasp of math at an early age, and if you don't get that grasp, you just don't have access to all of those occupational pathways that come out of the STEM educational track and the STEAM educational track. And this bill, as we've talked back and forth, takes the best of what's happening and reinforces it and adds additional flexibilities. Didn't talk a lot about it, but this bill acknowledges in a meaningful way parents. If you want to have successful public education, the best way to do it is to reinforce the golden triangle of public education. Enthusiastic student, exceptional teacher, and engaged parents. This bill actually has a parent notification piece, which is new as well, to help get the parents engaged. Just because it's math, it's simple math. A teacher may have an hour or two a day, 5 days a week, some districts 4 days a week, to work with a student, but the parents have that student for 7 days a week generally, and many more hours. And so getting the parents engaged is meaningful too. So to reopen the pathways for Colorado students to pursue those STEM-related careers and not be foreclosed from those opportunities, we must do something different with regard to the way we're teaching math. And 1231, although it creates discomfort for those who want to do it the way we've always done it, this is a meaningful, positive pathway forward that reinforces the best and creates some new opportunities. I urge your support of 1231. And that's the first volume of my presentation. Now, volume 2. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no further discussion. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1231. Are there any no votes? Senators Kolker, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Cutter, Fields, Sullivan, Winter. Van Winkle. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1231 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Priola, Buckner. Gardner. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1272?
House Bill 1272 by Representatives Weissman and Joseph and Senators Fenberg and Cutter concerning tax policy that advances decarbonization and in connection therewith extending tax credits for the purchase or lease of electric vehicles, creating tax credits for industrial facilities to implement greenhouse gas emissions reduction improvements for expenditures made in connection with geothermal energy projects for production of geothermal electricity generation, for the deployment of heat pump technology for retail sales of electric bicycles, and for construction of sustainable aviation fuel production facilities, creating a temporary specific ownership tax rate reduction on a portion of the sale of electric medium and heavy-duty trucks, temporarily decreasing the severance tax credit for oil and gas production, requiring the revenue that is attributable to the decrease to be deposited in the Decarbonization Tax Credits Administration cash fund, and creating the cash fund and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter, what are you thinking
Thank
with
you,
that
Mr.
title?
President. I'd like to move House Bill 23-1272 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1272. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1272 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Majority Leader Moreno, Bridges, Winter, Priola, Fields, Sullivan, Gonzalez. Hanson. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1261?
House Bill 1261, Representatives McLaughlin and Martinez, Senators Pelton B. and Buckner concerning removing the requirement for a student to register for the United States Selective Service System to enroll in a state-supported institution of higher education.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1261, third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1261. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Rich, Gardner, Liston, Simpson, Minority Leader Lundin, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood.
You've been
With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1261 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Majority Leader Moreno, Marchman, Cutter. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1181?
House Bill 1181, Representative Morrow, Senator Henriksen, and Mullica concerning the regulation of guaranteed asset protection agreements.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1181 on third read and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1181. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Will. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1181 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1102?
House Bill 1102, Representatives Evans and Byrd, Senators Roberts and Hanson concerning the high visibility alcohol and drug impaired driving enforcement program.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1102 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1102. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1102 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Pelton B, Pelton R, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Lundin, Baisley, Will, Simpson, Van Winkle, Colker, Smallwood, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Henriksen, Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1262?
House Bill 1262, Representatives Ricks and Bradley, Senator Priola, concerning allowing a student to receive an associate degree from the Colorado Reengaged Initiative after earning a certain number of credit hours from a different institution.
Senator Priola.
Mr. President, members, I move House Bill 1262 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1262. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1262 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Exum, Henriksen, Winter, Cutter. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1229?
House Bill 1229, Representatives Weissman and Mabry, Senator Gonzalez, concerning changes to consumer lending laws to limit charges to consumers.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1229 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1229. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1229 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Sullivan, Rodriguez, Priola, Majority Leader Moreno, Buckner, Fields. Cutter. And please add Senator Kolker. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1003?
House Bill 1003, Representatives Michaels and Janay and Senator Cutter, concerning the creation of the 6th through 12th grade Mental Health Screening Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1003 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Oh, wait. Say it again.
Oh, you're fine. I was expecting to hear a few words. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. So much has been done with this bill that I want to make sure and just say a few words, and certainly want to give a lot of credit to the bill sponsor, the senator from Jefferson County, for the work that she did on it, for the collaboration that she was willing to engage in on the bill, because again, it was quite possibly the bill that riled up my constituents more than potentially any other bill this session. And this is a very, first of all, it's a very different bill now than it was when it was introduced. I do think it's worth just taking a couple minutes to make sure that those folks listening who were so concerned really know where the bill is right now, because I want to thank the senator from Jefferson County for putting a bill forward that probably ruined my weekend, because I thought about this bill and how I was going to vote on it. I mean, I know you're not really interested in knowing how I spend my weekends, but this last weekend, I spent my weekend wanting to know if I could get myself to a yes vote on this bill, because I am in favor of the concept of this bill. There are a few details that I still have to work out, but quite honestly, we're down to the last week, and I do want to see this pass. So this, we were literally, this was how I spent my weekend going through this over and over again. So again, thank you to the senator from Jefferson County. So just kind of walking through at least my interpretation of the order, sort of the process of how schools that want to take advantage of this program will do so going forward. Make sure that we have that understanding, and probably have just a couple of quick comments along the way, which is first, and this was also, I think, one of the things that confused the public a lot, was a lot of members who contacted me, a lot of members of the public who contacted me, felt that this was a mandatory program that would be instituted in all schools. It was something that was going to happen right away, and schools themselves would be required to conduct these mental health screenings. And that there really wasn't an option. So first thing, know that on page 4, a school needs to decide whether or not they want to participate, as I see it. So not only do not all schools need to participate, but quite honestly, I don't think there's enough money in the bill even if we wanted to have this. So the fact that schools can choose to be in or choose to be out is something that I think makes the bill much, much better. Secondly, if a school decides that they want to be a participating school, then they need to send a statement to the parents, and they need to do so within 2 weeks of the start of school, that states a few different things. One, why are we doing this screening? And not to go down that rabbit trail, but that rabbit hole, but we talk a lot in this building and in this room about ways to address the epidemic of teen suicide. And it impacts, first of all, it's impacted my family profoundly, right? And certainly impacts my district. So the fact that there is exactly the course of action that I have been asking for when it comes to everybody coming to the well and talking about their ways of stemming teen suicide, I think this is a really good way to do it, actually, and I commend the bill sponsor for that. So that's my reason why I would say that we need screenings, but the school has to put out a statement saying, this is why we're doing the screenings, and it's probably not going to be my words. Hopefully it's not going to be my words, ineloquently put. The time and the date, so parents are going to know when their kids are going to get screened. They're going to notify who's going to do the screenings, so the process that went into that. And the school is going to explicitly tell the parent, and I appreciate the senator from Douglas County putting language in there, explicitly saying you have this much time in order to opt your child out if you do not want your child to be screened. Once all that is done, as I mentioned on seconds, colleagues, this to me is now analogous of all of the screenings that at least people my age going to school in Kansas went through, whether it was a vision screening or a scoliosis screening or so many other things that the school was doing. I felt as a public service. My parents, I think, appreciated it and certainly didn't protest it, but if they wanted to, I'm sure they could have. So that opt-out language now is really, really clear. It's really concise, and I think it's done in a very good way. I'm interested to see how the screenings actually end up. This is the only two parts of the bill that still exist that I'm not 100% comfortable with, and it's just really out of ignorance, probably more than anything else, in that I don't know who the screeners are going to be. I hope that the schools do a good job in selecting the screeners. I think that they will, but because I wasn't part of all of those conversations, and candidly, we're out of time for me to keep asking questions if we want to see this bill get passed. I don't know who the screeners are going to be and what the qualifications of what a screener would be, and we're putting a lot of burden on these screeners. We are not making them mandatory reporters, but we're getting pretty darn close. I mean, a lot of what we're expecting of these people and them being judicious in determining whether or not they feel there's a risk of a child harming themselves or a child harming somebody else is something that I think we need to pay attention to. So I hope the schools do a great job with that. But again, don't know enough about it to know what that looks like. And then what I spent my weekend deliberating over was, like so many members of my caucus who really wanted to see this as an opt-in in order to be supportive of it. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. But I kept going back and forth in my head in that, I mean, my parents were busy. they both worked for a large portion of my childhood. And if my parents, my nuclear family of the 70s was provided with an opt-in, would they have opted me into a scoliosis screening or a hearing screening? By the way, most of you know I'm deaf in one side of me. And these are those kind of things that I was discovered when it was fairly young, but I don't know if my parents had to opt me into something like that with everything else going on in their lives and 3 other kids and jobs. Would they really have done that? Would they have allowed me to have some really important things discovered medically about me that actually ended up being important later on? And that's where I went back and forth, because I'm not sure, as great as my parents were, that they would have had the time and energy to do that. So I started off really kind of pestering the proponents about that fact that this isn't in the bill, and I'm not even committed to it myself. So more than anything else, colleagues, I want you to know, I think this is a good bill, and when you go on record saying it's a good bill and then vote no on it, I think it has earned a little bit of explanation and time for me to let you know exactly where I'm at and why I'm at, and to let you know how grateful I am, not only to the sponsors, but to the proponents in working to make this, I think, a very, very, very solid concept, and I hope that the program's successful. So thank you, colleagues.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1003. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Liston, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1003 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Winter, Priola, Fields, Rodriguez, Majority Leader Moreno, Exum, Kolker, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Coleman, Marchman, Buckner, Winter, Sullivan, Bridges, Zenzinger. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1279?
House Bill 1279, Representatives Lindstedt and Strabini, Senator Rodriguez, concerning the ability of a licensed retail marijuana store to sell retail marijuana to a person who is not physically present on the store's licensed premises.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 23-1279 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take a moment and thank the bill sponsor for bringing this bill before us, because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding around it, specifically around the short title of the bill, which is online marijuana sales, I believe, which I do think is quite misleading, because I think a better description of it would be online payment for marijuana sales or pre-ordering marijuana sales, because once a person in the state of Colorado, under this legislation, should it be passed and signed into law, they can purchase their products online, but they still need to physically show up at the store. They need to show their valid driver's license or identification that matches them and their face and their description to get into the store. And then to pick up their product and be able to leave the store, they need to show that same ID a second time. So what the bill mainly aims to do, from my perspective, is reduce cash in the marijuana space, which is something that is exceedingly important to do, because when there is a tremendous amount of cash in any industry, it can lead to some troubling outcomes, specifically things like robbery. It sets them up for a tremendous amount of potential theft and other things. One thing I do want to give a shout out to is to our federal legislators. When actually the very day we were debating this bill on second reading, our colleagues in Washington, D.C. were introduced something called the Safe Banking Act, and that is something that Colorado and other states across the nation desperately need. It's been introduced 10 years in a row in Congress and passed Congress several times, but it hasn't passed the Senate. And this year, I hope it will be different. I hope that our U.S. senators will take it up because it is something exceedingly important to provide urgently needed relief to cannabis businesses to be able to access banking and the like, just like any other business in Colorado. It is a legal business, it is a constitutional business, and it should be treated much like, according to the voters of Colorado, alcohol. So I just wanted to thank the bill sponsor, kind of clarify exactly what the bill does, because the short title does make it seem as if there are online sales and things like that. Really, it is a pre-order, it is an online payment followed by a physical pickup in store. Thank you.
See no further discussion. The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1279. Are there any no votes? Senators Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Priola, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Roberts, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1279 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Majority Leader Moreno, Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1275?
House Bill 1275, Representatives Lindstedt and Weinberg, Senator Roberts, concerning modifications to the performance-based incentive for film production in Colorado and in connection therewith clarifying the definition of qualified local expenditure for payments to personal service corporations, requiring production companies to file information income tax returns regarding such payments and eliminating the withholding exemption for payments to non-residents who perform services in connection with a film production for less than 120 days in a year.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1275 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1275. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Pelton R, Will, Simpson. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1275 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Senators Priola and Fields will be added as co-sponsors on House Bill 1275, as well as Senator Hansen. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 286.
The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 286 because a certain senator wasn't paying attention. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 286 on third reading.
I don't know if it's necessary, but will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 286?
Senate Bill 286, Senators Hansen, Representatives Snyder, and Soper, concerning improving public access to government records.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 286 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 286. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, got you, Senator Rich. So, if you're curious, just need to look at who voted no last time and with a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 286 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Majority Leader Moreno, Priola, Senator Gonzalez. Special orders, second reading of bills, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair. Go on, Ms. Beck.
The committee will come to order. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the balance of the special orders calendar lay over until later this evening.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar to later this evening. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the balance of the calendar is laid over until later this evening. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those in opposition say no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee met but has nothing to report.
So do we adopt the committee of the whole report is the question, since it's not a report?
Ms. Cole, will you please read the report?
Please read the report.
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1249, 1120, 1233, 1190, and Senate Bill 296 laid over until later this evening and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 23, 1249, 1120, 1233, 1190, and Senate Bill 296 laid over until 5/1/2023 and retaining their place on the calendar. Announcements. Before announcements, message from the House.
May 1st, 2023, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes House Bills 1294, 1306, 1189, 1146, 1283, 1281, 1291, 1307, and 1295. Amended as printed in House Journal, April 29, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes House Bills 1284 and 1299. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes Senate Bills 249, 105, 29, 35. Amended as printed in House Journal, April 29, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes Senate Bill 53, amended as printed in House Journal April 29, 2023, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 1st, 2023. The House has passed on third reading. Returns here was Senate Bills 287 and 265.
Message from the reviser.
May 1st, 2023, we herewith transmit without comments as amended House Bills 1146, 1189, 1281, 1283, 1284, 1291, 1294, 1295, 1299, 1306, and 1307 without comment as amended Senate Bill 29, 3553, 105, and 249.
Announcements. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Transportation Energy will be meeting in 15 minutes at 4:15. We will be hearing Senate Bill 62, 1247, 1267, 1210, 1252, 1069, and 1242.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education Committee, we will be meeting in room 357 in 15 minutes, and we will be hearing Senate Bill 299. See you in 15 minutes. No, you're not.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting. I want for the members to mark their calendars because we will be laying over several bills, but we will be hearing several bills. So with that, we will be hearing House Bill 1192, House Bill 1301. We will lay over 1280 and 1268. We will hear 1013, 1138, 1086, and 1199. We will lay over House Bill 1222. We will hear House Bill 1258. We will lay over House Bill 1214 and 1286. We will hear 1133 and lay over 1292 and Senate Bill 158. I'm going to repeat that one more time just so that everybody hears it correctly. This time I'm going to read out the bills that we are laying over, and then I will read out the bills that we are going to hear. I'm going to lay over 1280, 1268, 1222, 1214, 1286, 1292, and 158. We will be hearing 1192, 1301, 1013, 1138, 1086, 1199, 1258, 1133, in that order. Thank you, Mr. President. We will see you in 15 minutes upon adjournment in the Old Supreme Court.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will have an Appropriations Committee hearing tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. Apologies, friends. In that hearing, we will be hearing a variety of bills, some that may come out of committee. Today, they may not come out of committee, in which case we wouldn't be hearing them, and any bills that may be assigned to appropriations between now and then.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your last chance to make it to our weekly Bible study tomorrow morning, room 109 at 7:15. Come on down.
Members, before we break to go to committees, we have an individual here in our chamber that may or may not have served in the chamber before, that we are surprised that he's back here after all that he had to go through while he was here. Can you please join me in recognizing Senator Andy Kerr? Good to have you back, brother. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a quick announcement. Today is the last day of open enrollment. If you'd like to make any changes to your health benefits for the next year, you have until 10 p.m. this evening. We may still be on the floor by then. Just to make sure you know the plan for the rest of floor. In a second here, I'm going to make a motion to recess the Senate until 4:30 p.m. That does not mean you need to return at 4:30. That is just to preserve the option of reading bills or committee reports across the desk. We will plan to come back after the committees finish their business this evening. So just so you're aware, you are not due back at 4:30, but however, we will be coming back after the committees finish their committee business. With that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 4:30 p.m. today.
The motion is for the Senate to recess until 4:30 p.m. today. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will recess until 4:30 p.m. today.